the largest pool installer, he says that average swimming pool right now is $100,000. So this would add about 10% of the cost to it. Now, if an individual came to the city and said, we are adamantly opposed to a pool cover. We do not want a pool cover. We don't want to limit our landscaping. We don't want to do that. The city can say that's fine. Then you need to go get a water certification or water sense home. And what that would allow the homeowner to do is to go and say, okay, we're going to put in 0.8 gallon flushable toilets. We're going to put in this type of shower head. We're going to put in, instead of our traditional grass, we're going to put in Bermuda grass. And so it gives the homeowner a lot more flexibility, but then they'll just have more costs with that. And so it makes it easy for the default. It makes it easy to know what's going on. But if you want that flexibility, you're going to pay for it, and you're going to have to take other measures to fall within that. So, of course, examples are the best way to look. And so we had our landscape architect. Actually, you did this, right, Ryan? Oh, hey, Aaron. So we asked him to come up with, hey, if you were designing a yard to comply with these new regulations, what would that look like? And I wanted to use a big lot because smaller lots are a little bit easier. I says, what would you do for a big lot? How would you make it nice and attractive to comply with these new landscape ordinances? And so this is essentially what he came up with. And so from this image, you can see that someone can still have a lot of good shade trees. They can still have a lot of vegetation growing around their house. They kind of break it up a little bit, and they still can have lawn. We're not anti-lawn. It's just limited to a very specific area that would be easy to maintain. And so this is kind of what we're asking for right now. And a lot of places are doing that right now. So these are homes that the home on the right would essentially comply with that. It comes very close to it, but the home on the left would. Now, I would like to put out, these are brand new homes. And so the plants and the trees have not yet matured. And so we look at this as when it's full maturity. And so as these areas develop, they should have a lot more shade and a lot more cover as those bushes and trees grow. And so that's why when we talk to the homeowners association, the home builders, they kind of mentioned that they're saying, well, we're pretty much there already. If you want to have large lots, we decided to go and we wanted to find a very, very expensive home that maybe only the mayor could afford, this 18,000 square foot lot. It's a very expensive home, but this home would easily comply with it. They have an extremely large swimming pool with a pool cover. They have desertscape, and then even though the lot includes some native area, of course you just try to keep that native. And that part of this too is if they have bigger lots, it would encourage them to probably keep a lot of that large lot, just kind of keep it undisturbed. And that's kind of what's happening here on the right. I don't know if that's your right. Yeah, that's your right too. So you have another big lot, but a lot of it's hillside, and they've just kept that undisturbed. So they still have some grass. They have some beautiful palm trees in the front, and so both these examples would easily comply. They wouldn't have to spend all the extra money on the other thing because you have a covered swimming pool, you have trees. We wanted to show the front of the home, but then we thought we didn't ask permission, and so we didn't want to make them look good. So we're hoping that even if somebody comes in and complains to the council, says this is completely unreasonable, you can tell them, hey, that's fine. There's this other avenue you can go. So, for example, if they plant Bermuda grass, they could almost double the amount of grass they have. And Bermuda grass takes about half the amount of water as the typical grass, let's say around here. And so you just tell them that. You say, listen, you have this option to choose this other things that you can install in your home and stuff like that and have that flexibility. Here's another example where this home, let's say they want it, this is a big lot. And this is what we kind of noticed with the really big lots is what's happening in the back of these yards is they're not just planting grass anymore. They're putting sports courts in it. They're putting fire pits, and all that can be incorporated very easily and still comply. So these homes would require additional work to be done. So the one on both these homes, they have more lawn than they're traditionally allowed, right? Well, they'd be allowed under the traditional conservation, but they would still be allowed if they just planted Bermuda grass and came in and showed the city what they're doing there. So with the commercial industrial, it would be a lot of the similar things. that we're asking them to do. With commercial, like I said, they're doing a lot of this, like the Energy Star appliances. They're pretty much there already. It's hard to find it. We would want to submeter all the units so we kind of know who's using the water and where. Recycle pumps at the car wash facilities. That is something like they're already requiring down in Las Vegas, and it's technology that's been easily approved and utilized. On the outside, that's where it gets a little different. And so what we're asking is just a flat out prohibition on lawn in any commercial industrial project, with the exception that if they come in and they can demonstrate that this piece of lawn has a purpose, and it could be, let's say some sandwich shop comes in and says, listen, we're building a sandwich shop, and right next to it, we want a patch of grass where people can go out there and eat their sandwiches. Well, that's functioning grass that would be utilized a lot, and so you'd allow that. But I think another perfect example, though, is if you're driving on Sunset, there's that new Maverick, and they have that really steep slope, and they planted a bunch of grass. And when we asked, why did you plant that grass? They said, well, the city mandated it. And it's very hard to maintain. No one will ever touch that grass. And so we just say flat out, grass is banned, non-functional grass is banned. But if you just come into the city and show to the city why it has a purpose, they would do that. And it would be the same way with homeowner associations. If you have someone developing an HOA with a clubhouse and a few things like that, the standard would be no grass. But if they come in and say, hey, we're going to put a swing set right here next to the pool and it's going to be utilized, then you allow it. But kind of the starting standard or the default standard is no ornamental grass. They did that in Las Vegas about 20 years ago. They've done it in Phoenix. They've done it in a lot of places. And so it's already kind of been adopted. If you go to a lot of the new master plan HOAs where they have clubhouses, they're kind of already incorporating a lot of that too. It just requires them to spend a little bit more time. Kind of the same thing. We want the trees. We want the shrubs. We want that cooling effect. And so when a commercial or they come in, they need a landscape plan that shows that they will have those trees. The thing with all the trees and the shrubs, though, that we'll be asking is that they will have, the trees and the shrubs will be from an approved list of trees and shrubs that are allowed. And so if they want to go in and install like a bunch of cottonwood trees, they would just have to come in. That wouldn't be on the list because cottonwood trees uses a lot of water. And so they would just have to come in and explain, you do the water sense thing of saying, okay, where we're going to free that water up. I'm going really fast. So if you have questions, just tell me to stop and I'll be happy to answer any of this. So misting, we'd still allow misting, but we just limit that. Another big thing is we just stop water fountain features. And so if they have little ponds or anything like that, they just wouldn't be allowed. Like I said, once again, they're actually kind of going to that way, but they just ban it basically. And then with all of this, before they get their certificate of occupancy or allowed to open business, that the cities actually go in and verify it. So that is the kind of general concept of what is being proposing. A lot of it's focused on landscaping because that is the low-hanging fruit. And so I really do want to get your feedback. I want to know what your concerns are, what your thoughts are. I can tell you have a question.
You're showing us a bunch of pictures of big homes. What are you doing with the affordable housing homes?
So that's the nice thing with affordable housing homes. It shouldn't have very, very little effect. And so, because they're already there using efficient landscaping. And so most affordable housing, let's say, is in townhomes. And so I know there's that new townhome project that's going in right there on the corner of Lava Flow and Sunset. And they'll essentially be affordable homes, most of them. And they wouldn't be required the hot water pump because they're small enough they don't need it, and the landscaping's already there. And so that's why we focused on the bigger homes, because the smaller homes would comply and have essentially very little to no cost. The most of the cost would be there is I have seen some very low, and I shouldn't say low home, affordable home. And instead of planting trees and shrub, they're just putting a lot of gravel. And so they would probably have to, in their master plan, include more trees and shrubs on that development.
I had a resident talk to me the other day about the golf courses that are not golf courses, the soccer fields that are going in up in Chivot Reservation.
Yes.
And he has a great concern about because we have no water Why do we allow this type of a development to happen?
So they are a sovereign nation and they have a federal water right to use that water. And so the tribe has decided to use a portion of their allocation of water on those soccer fields. And there's nothing.
Where do they get the water from?
So they actually sued, and a federal court and the state of Utah and the water district and the cities signed an agreement with the Shivwit tribe, I should say the Cowboy, the band, and they were allocated a certain amount of water, and they haven't been using that water for years, but now they're starting to use some of that water on those
So it'll
soccer
be coming
fields.
out of the Gunlock Reservoir?
It's coming out of the Gunlock. It's coming from two locations. So they get 2,000 acre feet of water from the sewer reuse plant down in St. George City. And St. George City is obligated to pump that 2,000 acre feet of water up to Ivans Reservoir. And then they do get an allocation out of the Gunlock every year. The allocation changes every year based upon how much water is in Gunlock. But they agreed that the allocation they get out of the Gunlock would also be cut if our irrigation companies here in the area are getting cut. So they've said they're coming in and using a portion of that water. They haven't used it in the past, but now they are. And there's nothing, the only ones that could control that essentially is Congress. So that's how it happens.
Zach, I've got a couple
Sure, please.
things. So
I'm just going to grab my notebook if you don't mind so I can take notes.
Oh, no problem. Your pumps and your circulating pumps on homes, the energy code and in the plumbing code already has a formula that tells you when a pump's required or not. It's a certain gallons per minute when you exceed that far. So that really could be a reference you could work off of on those instead of sit on that. And the design, most commercial buildings are going to require it, but you're right, on a duplex or a smaller unit, generally you're going to be under the footage that's allowed. It used to be 50 feet, but they went to a gallons per minute on it just in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
The one thing, and I've got a couple questions, is the pool covers, and I wanted, this as a city, I would like to review our fencing and pool cover policy, because St. George City, if you have a cover, they're certified covers, you're not required to have a fence. And which is, so when you start looking at costs, adding fencing and all of that, I would certainly down the road I'd like to look at that policy, because I think that gives people options. I think it's certainly a way to incentivize people using a cover, and certainly I agree with that. And for liability reasons, that's where the city is. On the larger lots, you had kind of a no disturb area that were on those. We've got I'm on a large lot here in Santa Clara that's graded out, flat graded, that you basically restore and landscape, all that. We've got some others coming in on a subdivision up that aren't going to have that luxury of just leaving a native area undisturbed. So they're going to fall in that same restriction of 750 square feet.
Yep.
Unless they do the Bermuda and some other things they can look at, but.
Exactly. So these things we're requiring, it's very easy for a 5,000 square foot lot or even a 7,000. But when it gets to the 20,000 acre foot lot, or excuse me, not 20,000 acre, 20,000 square feet lot, it's going to be much more difficult for that lot to comply. And so either they need to keep it undisturbed, and that's what we're noticing though, when we talk to the home builders, is they're starting to lean towards putting in the big sports court. And as you know, sports court, that's great. And so instead of just planting grass, we're saying on those big lots, let's think more creatively, because you have a little bit of water. And so you can use it. You can put the grass wherever you want. You can put these trees and shrubs wherever you want. And if you even want to go outside the norm, you can do this water sense program. But that's what will be required for those bigger lots. So
it wouldn't hurt when you fly in some drones, maybe go out there to Meadow Valley Farms and some of these neighborhoods with those, because they're flat graded out where a homeowner needs to restore that. And they're not limited to, like I said, Stone Cliff, and that's easy because you're dealing with places that, Entrada's that way. You build a 2 acre lot and we don't touch, 3/4 of it. So, but.
And so one of the things that we've done recently is we're getting all this great data from the city essentially, and we're looking at who's using water and where it's going. And it's just flat out true that a big lot uses a lot of water. And so there's some 2-acre lots here in our community, not in Santa Clara, but in other areas. They're using an astronomical amount of water. And that's what my feedback to the city council is, if you want 2-acre lots, which is fine, and lots of grass, then there's just going to be a lot less homes in the area. And that's a discussion that the city council, you have to kind of decide what you guys want to do with the remaining amount of water we have. And those big lots use a lot of water unless they do that fancy landscaping with sports courts and fire pits and swimming pools.
Zach, is there an exception if the person owns his own water right?
So if they use their own well, so we're asking this to apply to everyone. And so if they own their own well, they could get around this. Well, I shouldn't say get around it. They would be exempt because they're not using any type of city or
Like
district
the
water.
RA zone in Santa Clara, that have shares in the Santa Clara Irrigation Company, would they be exempt on the landscaping requirement?
So right now we're saying no, but that is part of the whole discussion. I know Tokerville also has a lot. When I talk to them, they talk a lot about that. But the thing with, let's say, the water that you're talking about, to take that water and easily convert it to drinking water is very easy. And so we can have some areas that still have those big, huge green lots. And maybe that balance that we do as a community, saying in certain zones, you have this old irrigation water, you keep doing it. But what's been happening though, is we have these big farms. And these farms, it's not happening so much here in Santa Clara, but in some of the other municipalities, the farm gets developed and then they take that water and they're moving it somewhere else. And so then the district has to come in and fill the requirement for all that new home coming in. And we're just, that model can't be sustained.
But in order to convert that water to culinary, you have to purchase it.
Either that comes up to either we purchase it, or there's an exaction ordinance that says if you want to develop that farm and they want to develop that farm into homes, that's fine. That water has to go to a government municipality, and then they would receive a substantial reduction in their impact fees.
So that would be part of the new ordinance, would include that language.
Yeah, and that's something we would have to amend with our impact fees to accommodate that better of how that would happen.
Because we do have some large
Yeah.
lots coming in now that have their own water.
Yeah,
And
with
have the
irrigation
ability
shares.
to access it.
Yeah. And we didn't talk too much about that because there's just a few couple slivers of area in the county that still qualify that. Santa Clara has that, and Tokerville. Hurricane has a little tiny area too, but it represents a very small amount of potential development land. But that's what we have to talk about.
Is there, as you're putting this together, how's this being formed? Are the cities, I mean, you have your board over there, are the cities having a say at the table, a seat at the table on this, or how are you going about it right now?
So we've essentially the district went out and hired a consultant basically to kind of help, actually 2 consultants to kind of help us through the process and talk it. So we've been inviting city staff to come in weekly right now to go through and kind of talk about the pros and the cons of certain options. They've talked about saying, yeah, we'll just kind of keep going where we're at. Maybe no grass in the front yard and allowing 50%. Like down in Las Vegas, you can't have any grass in the front yard, but you can have your backyard 50% grass. And so some of the things that the staff gave us feedback on is they're like, no, just let them put the grass wherever they want. Let them have that flexibility. And so every week we've been meeting with the city's staff, and we're kind of got to the point where we're like, okay, we're just starting to run in circles. Let's go to the city councils in a public forum and ask them what their feedback is. And that's kind of why I'm here today. So the next step is after I meet with all the city councils that are part of the regional water supply agreement and get feedback from them, we're going to come back with a very specific, an example ordinance that you can just basically take that ordinance and copy and paste it. Make it fairly simple. So Washington County Attorney's Office will be writing up that draft sample ordinance based upon the feedback we get back from the city councils. You guys just have to be the first city council I come to, so I can't tell you how the meetings have gone yet. But I have met with a lot of city council individuals, and they all agree that something needs to be done.
Mayor, I don't know if Zach knows that about the other agenda item we have for discussion of a potential temporary ordinance on this issue.
Oh, I don't.
So I don't know if
Yeah.
you want to talk about that.
We've got a temporary ordinance that's on later on the agenda tonight that basically is going to alert new development that this is coming.
Yeah.
It doesn't prohibit the development from moving forward, but primarily put them on notice they need to implement water efficient landscaping and the stuff like that that's coming.
Yeah.
We know it's coming, but we've got some large projects that are on the table, and we don't want to, miss the opportunity. So just so you're aware of that.
That's great. That's very forward thinking. And that's exactly what we need to be doing as a community. So I commend you for that. But, hopefully this should not be news to anybody that we live in a desert and our water we need to use it wisely. So that's great. And I have a lot of big developers come in and talk to me a lot about what they can do. And it's really great to have that discussion of learning what they can do and what they want to do. And they're coming up with some really interesting ideas. And we'll definitely probably start implementing some of them.
How soon? What's your timeline?
So the next 2 weeks, we're going to meet with all the city councils. And then basically in 3 weeks, we hope to have out that draft ordinance to all the cities and ask them to have that on their agenda with it probably the first of next month. And hopefully have them start passing. Some of the cities have already expressed that they'll pass the ordinance. Well, I shouldn't say the cities, individual councils that I've talked to. They said, well, I'm glad to pass that, but I want a big caveat on there. This only goes into effect if the other cities adopt it. Which, okay, that's fine. So that's the agenda. And so what we want to do is and it probably won't go into effect and put a time saying this doesn't go into effect until like January 1st, or to give some time to the home builders to kind of adjust with it. But like I said, in talking to them, they feel that they're pretty much already doing that. And if you go to a lot of this new development, they're doing really good landscaping. They're implementing a lot of this stuff.
I got a letter today from Mari at the home builders supporting the water conservation measures. So
I've got to really commend the homeowners, the Home Builders Association. They know how important this is. They have been coming to meetings. They spend a lot of time, like with the pool covers. They went out and did their own research and came back to the district and said, hey, this is what we found. This is our thoughts. And so they've been wonderful. Sometimes they get beat up a lot, but they really are concerned about this issue and they want to help.
I've got a few questions. What are fruit trees going to be allowed on that list of trees?
So yes.
Are any of those
certain
considered
fruit
efficient?
trees.
I don't know.
There are certain fruit trees that are easier to grow in the desert than others. And so now if they want trees, like a fruit tree and stuff like that, they still can do it. They just have to go through the other design landscaping of that. So,
Okay.
and like I said, I know there'll be some fruit trees on there. It just depends on which kind.
Okay. And then with requiring smart controllers, I've had a smart controller on my house for, 9 years and I love it, but it's a little bit techie.
Yeah.
Have you researched what you might be suggesting to home builders to put in that would be straightforward for people? This has those features, or
the vast one that people are putting in installed right now is the Beehive by Orbitz. And it's because it's cheap down at Home Depot. And we, for a new meter, it costs about $100 and we actually give a rebate of $75 on it. So they install that. This is not our research, but in the research that has been shown, the younger you are, the more efficient you are with that meter, and the older you are, the less efficient. And so as
I'm in trouble.
I could get in trouble with, I just got,
You just lost half the council.
I know.
like mine is on an app, and so
Yeah.
familiar with apps.
I can tell you that I have a relative who has that smart meter. He gave up on it and I run it from my phone because he couldn't do it. And so
Yeah.
it is techie, but the younger generation seems to be okay with that. So if they want, we actually offer a class where people can come and actually we walk them through how to run it.
Okay.
The other thing with those landscape meters, why they're actually a little bit more efficient in our community than others, is because about 20% of our homes are secondary homes. And so, of course, those individuals aren't here in the summertime most of the time. So when we do have that rain event, those smart meters will turn that off automatically, where if they don't, and we get the phone calls all the time, hey, it's raining and this home sprinklers are on. And those meters have shown to be really effective for those secondary homes. And professional landscapers are really good about running those clocks.
Gotcha. Okay. And then just an anecdote, probably. I think I'm probably a pretty good water user. We discussed in our last meeting that my numbers were pretty high. But we are moving towards some of these pictures you have. Like we have taken out a bunch of grass so that we could add a trampoline, so we could add a garden area. So I really feel like a lot of this is moving the right direction. I don't see anything that is really a red flag for me at all.
Good. Yeah, my home easily, so as you know, I just built my home and my home easily complies with all this stuff. And I have a lawn in the front yard. So it's not that bad. Now, some of my other neighbors, they would be, honestly, and it's also, maybe I'm an engineer, but it's fascinating to see the younger generation does not want lawn. They grew up seeing their parents go out and mow the lawn every Saturday morning. And this younger generation is coming and saying, we don't want that. They want to be able to mow the lawn in under 5 minutes. And even with Bermuda grass, it grows so slow, they only have to mow it maybe once every other week. So.
And I was going to ask, how easy is it to get Bermuda grass in our community?
So before it was impossible. And it's very important to talk about what kind of Bermuda grass. So if it's the old nasty Bermuda grass that just had all the, it was a weed, it was actually a noxious weed. They now have a hybrid that changes that. So the school district has come in and now the school district changed the dial on all that because they essentially went to the individuals that grow the grass and asked them to start growing Bermuda. And now, so the school district has created an economy for it. So when I went out to get grass, I was able to buy it for my home. And it's just because of the school district. And so I think that it'll just continue to grow as the demand continues to grow. So you have to call around a little bit, but it's there.
Okay, good.
I know Zach's got to be to a meeting at 6. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So more questions, council?
I haven't heard, are we still moving forward with Lake Powell? Are we fighting a good fight there? Because I know you got some pushback, but shortly update us on that.
Sure. So the Lake Powell pipeline, there's no question there's been a delay in it. When the draft EIS came out, we got 15,000 comments, including comments from 6 states. And so what's going on with the Lake Powell pipeline is right now, all the states are meeting together, talking about the Colorado River in general, of how the lakes are going to operate, how certain states have abused the river and how other states haven't, like Utah hasn't. And so there's a really robust conversation going on right now among the states. And the state of Utah has already stated that at the very minimum out of these negotiations, that the Lake Powell pipeline is a state priority for the state of Utah. And so our commissioner of the river, his name is Gene Shawcroft, the governor told him, whatever the negotiations are out of those, the Lake Powell pipeline has to be a part of those negotiations, and it's priority for the state of Utah. So it's coming. We just kind of got wrapped up in, first of all, a drought, and then we got wrapped up with these interim guidelines that came up. And so I actually think it's going to be better because it's going to clear up a lot of things that we knew we would have to deal with in litigation. And so I think it's going to clear up a lot of that litigation that we'll eventually have to get to anyways.
But I think it's important to have the state support on it.
Yeah.
The state does need, I think Southern Utah is economically is important for the state, and I think they realize it. So
yeah, we're growing as an economy, and if you look at the state numbers, how much we're growing, and we are becoming we're really the only economic engine off the Wasatch Front, and they see that, and so it's when meeting with legislators up north, even they see those numbers and our sales tax numbers and all those numbers, and they realize it's important to help us out down here.
Other questions, comments, council? Brock?
I have a couple, talking with our public works director, Dustin. One of his concerns is the 2 meters.
Yes.
The 2 meters, the 2 connections, things that are then long-term maintenance
Yes.
with the city. So there's one thing that I don't know, maybe he shared in those meetings, but that's one he shared with me specifically is
Yeah.
the 2 meters. The other question I have is on getting a CO, and a lot of that is landscape in the backyard,
Mhm.
which is not required to get CO. So how do you or the plan is to go about mandating and watching what is actually installed in the backyard. If it's not done at the time, technically we would be able to give somebody a CO.
Yeah. So with the Water Smart program, they have to landscape the back of their yard. And
So
so,
everyone would have to change their ordinance to,
yeah, so
Get a
the
CO.
ordinance that we'll be proposing, it says, if you choose this traditional method, and let's say they don't landscape it and they put 200 square feet of lawn in the back, in the front yard, then they would be limited to maybe 500 in the backyard. Now, the cities won't probably inspect that, but there's an ordinance in place. So if there's a complaint or something that comes in, the city would go out and say, hey, you violated the ordinance. If they go to the Water Smart program, and I really think a lot of these larger lots will have to go that way, then their back landscaping will have to be completed times certificate of occupancy.
okay. Back to the topic of other municipalities.
Yeah.
What if a new municipality flat out says, we're not going to pass it?
The consequences of that, they could be found in so right now, the regional water supply agreement states that every city has to have a robust conservation program and use water wisely. And if all the other cities come and say a minimum conservation program requires this, and these are the reasonable standards, that city could be found in violation of the regional water supply agreement and essentially shut them off from future water. So there's a huge sledgehammer right there if one city didn't want to go along with that. Now, with that said, I really, truly, truly don't believe that any city will go there. All the cities have been very positive about it. There's been like Tokerville where they have like some traditional homes that they're like, well, maybe these don't apply to those fill-in homes and stuff like that. There's a lot of good discussion like that, but other than that, I haven't heard anything negative about these. And I really doubt it will come to that. I think it'll be more just small little negotiations. And then just other real brief too, that a lot of people are asking is about the sewer reuse. And that will be becoming a major issue in our county of what we're going to do with that and how we're going to ramp that up. And so we'll most likely be coming back to this. So we have the regional water supply agreement. It doesn't address the sewer reuse water. So we'll most likely be coming because that'll start playing a bigger role with what we do with our water here locally. So. Anything else, Mayor?
Did you meet with the irrigation companies yet?
Some of them, not formally, but just individuals that I know that are big players in those. Not all of them, though.
And
It depends on, you know, the same.
I know.
Depends on,
We just want to know who the big
I just want to,
well, I'm not going to say, but you know, it's one of those things that my board has said very strongly that and I agree with this 100%. If you're farming, you should be able to continue to farm that land. And we need it as a district help you be able to farm for as long as you want. But when you change, then there's a change. And so how that's done, the discussion there, and the water that's being used on those farms need to somehow get back into our culinary system. And they understand the big picture. Now, when you start talking about dollars and value and stuff like that, that's where it gets a little bit trickier.
good answer.
That's a good politician answer, huh?
That was a perfect politician answer.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to Brock's question?
Yes, please.
I was under the impression that all of the cities were going to adopt the same ordinance, particularly where a lot of this is outside landscaping, so that the landscaping contractors wouldn't have to know this ordinance to this city, this ordinance to this city. That would be very difficult to do.
Yeah, and that's one thing that the Home Builder Association actually kind of complained about right now, is that each city has kind of different landscaping ordinances and it's very difficult. And so the home builders have asked for specifically that, to keep it nice and uniform, because they really worried about a patchwork situation. They feel like they already have that. And so that's a request from them, and that's the intent. Yeah.
To have all of the cities.
All the cities adopted exactly the same thing. For example, and I with the car washes, if all the cities don't require the recycling system in the car washes, let's say Santa Clara doesn't require it, but Ivans and St. George does, I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. You're going to get a ton of car washes in your city because, you know, they don't want to spend the money on it. So that's another thing. They're like, we got to keep this fair among the cities. So I really think the intent is that all the cities adopt the same standards. And that kind of goes back to the question is what happened if one city goes rogue? We'll work that out. But I don't see that happening.
It does concern me, the backyard CO tying those together. And I'll tell you, because you've got homeowners with bank loans, deadlines coming in, they may not know exactly what they want back there or have the money to do what they want back there. I would highly recommend we find a way to address that, because I mean, even in the track homes, I had a couple brothers just finished, they're doing their landscaping. A, it was difficult to get the builder's landscaper on schedule to do it because and B, they don't know if they want that sport court or can't afford it.
Yeah.
Yeah, gonna wait a couple of years. And so it does it concerns me with ours already with the front yard for the same reason. If you've got a bank loan deadline, a closing date bearing down on you and lumber's gone through the roof, you're already out of money trying to figure out how to get to that point. So
And I understand because my backyard's still not finished because I can't get anybody to do it.
yeah. So I would highly recommend maybe you look at some
Okay.
provisions in that. I think
There could probably be a way to where, as long as the landscape plan was submitted, that complied, it could be approved and the CO could be issued, and then a period of time provided for that to be implemented, and then give them the opportunity, hey, if you wanted to switch something, sport court in, something out, a way to modify that, but they would still be on the hook to do it.
Yeah.
And the leverage for that is the trick. Right now, we have a $500 deposit, which,
Hey, that was a nice, by the way, I didn't know I was getting the money back. That was really nice.
if you just told me your landscaping wasn't done in the back though, so we might have to revisit that.
No, I can fully confirm it was in.
Yeah.
Fred was strict. He made sure I did everything. But that's a good point, is maybe we just put down a small
Yeah.
deposit so they can get that bank loan.
There might be a way, I think you could probably work through that in the ordinance. We just
Yeah.
have to.
Okay.
I was just going to
Certainly
say that would be
assign.
something in your notes. And I do think even with the track builders, that's something. And with manpower, I think that's going to be problematic if we don't address some
In the
provisions
backyard.
to figure it out.
On multifamily projects where the irrigated area is common area,
Uh-huh.
there would still just be one irrigation meter for the common area. You're not
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Separate for the culinary, but one for the
Yep.
irrigation.
Could you imagine if sorry, Jared, I know you're wearing a mask for other reasons, but if you're unmasked, unvaccinated and watering in the middle of the day, once this is passed, you're dead. You're. I had to say it.
I'm not going to touch it.
When you said, I thought you guys are going to get so many calls. Oh, my neighbor, this, he's doing that. The
we-
drip system.
They get them now.
We
I
get-
know, but
It's-
it's going to grow exponentially.
We are, and I'm going to my board saying we need, because the goal is to educate people. And so we're going to probably hire 3 people that just kind of focus on educating people. We started that new I don't know if you heard it, the new Clock On program that we just came out. Oh, it's encouraging people to turn down their landscaping clocks now that the weather's getting colder. And so you're going to start seeing a lot more of that. We're wrapping up our conservation education side of it a lot more to help people avoid those phone calls.
Those are already on our website and social media, right, Krista?
Wow. You should give her a raise.
I told her to do it. I should get a raise.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Zach.
See ya.
We'll see you in a couple weeks, sounds
Okay,
like.
sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, council, with your permission, I'd like to go to item 3 next. I don't know, is Gary on?
Yeah, Gary and Mark Beauchamp are on.
Yes, I'm here.
Gary, how long is it gonna take?
It depends. I think Mark Beauchamp he said he needed about half hour, 45 minutes.
Half hour to 45 minutes? Joe Brown,
Yes.
how long are you gonna take? Okay, Gary, can you wait?
That's fine with me if it's okay with Mark. He's back east.
We've just got people in the hall, or in the building, so
That's
I'm
fine.
gonna
I
give
can wait.
priority on you.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. I can wait, Gary. No problem.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Yeah, we're okay.
No problem.
I can wait also.
Item number 3, the Silverado concept plan discussion. Jill Brown. And Dave's going to do all the talking. You just got on the agenda. Going to make Dave talk. Dave Hunter then.
Still trying to get over the offense I took by Zach saying that us old people couldn't do our own meters. That's embarrassing that you have a guy that work in the city. It's crazy. Wendell didn't think that's funny.
If Jarrett can't do it, let me tell you, on this council, if he says it's too techie, we're doomed.
Yeah, no. I'm 51 and I am just at that cusp where I miss technology. So everything I do is my 12-year-old. Hey, Ben, you got to come turn on the TV. Dad, you hit the, I know, Ben, just come do it. Always an argument. You guys have seen us before. We were here a few months ago, just actually during a work session. And the feedback we got at the work session was the site plan that we presented looked okay. Like, let's explore what those possibilities could look like. A couple of weeks after that meeting, we get the call from the mayor. And it says, you know what, Dave, in the PDR, it actually says that per project, there's only 30 units of density allowed per project. So no matter what the feedback was from the council, and we can go down that path if you want, but if you're going to go down that path, we're going to have to change the PDR to allow what we're asking. And I said, you know, and then we had a little bit of a discussion. I thought, you know what, it might be worth it to come back and show you guys a 3D, well, 2D elevation of what the street view would look like with the apartments. And you guys know the site I think that we're talking about. It's right over by the Harmons. We're talking about putting the apartments in the swell right east of the apartment of the building. The best view to kind of see what we're talking about is on this slide right here. You guys all have that in front of you. But that's Pioneer. That's the commercial we have along Pioneer, and those are the apartments that we're talking about behind the commercial. And this was actually off of drone footage, a topo, and if that's wrong, you can call Rosenberg and Associates. They did the topo on it, so it should be pretty accurate. But from Pioneer, and with the commercial in front, the apartments are going to be completely buried, hidden down in that swell. The other point we're trying to make, and my son lives in Santa Clara, my son and his wife, they live probably a mile up on the hill in the 1,300 square foot. Joe and I were just over at their house. It's probably a 1,200 square foot rambler, no basement, and they're paying $2,500 a month as a newlywed couple. And they are struggling. In fact, they're moving out already just because they found a really dingy, dirty basement apartment that they're going to go rent for $1,400 a month, which we're up in Utah County, and you guys are now surpassing Utah County rates. It's crazy what's going on down here in St. George. So in the global perspective of what we're talking about, in the need that we know exists in St. George, Santa Clara, the proximity to this isn't in a neighborhood. We're not building in, being obtrusive in somebody's view corridor, neighborhood. This is surrounded by commercial. It's going to be market rate housing, which, we've been asked several times, like, what would a 2-bedroom apartment rent for in this? We don't quite know yet, just because we haven't got the construction cost back on anything. And we just started a project up in Provo, and midstream, we got a $4 million change order just for our lumber midstream. So that's obviously going to be affected in what the market rate rent is going to be up there. We're actually going to have to go up a little bit, which kind of breaks our hearts because we wanted to be kind of an affordable solution to some students up there. And it's out of our hands on where construction is going right now. It's coming back down. So hopefully it will be more of an affordable solution for the city of Santa Clara. That's kind of an old site plan. You see kind of the scabbed up building north. That building is gone. It's only 96. It's 424 units. So it's 96 units. And everything else kind of stayed the same. Since then, and I don't know if we talked about it back then, but we've got Cubbies committed and a concept called Cup Bob committed to come into some of the commercial in there and some of the retail, which I think will be a great amenity for Santa Clara. But we're here tonight with kind of a new site plan. I wish we would have heard Zach's presentation before we presented the site plan, but a lot of that will be not grass. We'll do some xeriscape stuff. Some, we won't be big water users. But we want to get some feedback from you guys and see if this is something with you guys, if we should force the issue and try to change the PDR. And is that the direction we want to go? Is that the direction the city wants to go? And I think from a city perspective and citywide and looking around, I just don't think there could be a better place to stick density than in that swell.
Couple of questions, Dave. This isn't a short-term rental. This is a long-term rental.
We will not do long-term, or we will not do short-term. You guys can put in the ordinance. It will be long-term. I mean, I'm assuming up in Utah County, we're 6 months to a year minimums. And I mean, we'll probably go 6 months just so people aren't locked into a year if that's not what their need is, but it'll be at least a 6 month. It won't even be 30-day rental. It'll be 6 month minimum rental.
Second question, is there going to be any component of this that could qualify for, like some of the, I want to say low income, but attainable housing standards, kind of like the tax credit stuff? Is there a component of your project that could work under that?
I would say yes, and I know you're not going to believe me, but Joe and I we're atypical developers. We take our cost. We know what we have to make on our return, and that's just a function. Even if the market's going crazy, we develop at an unlevered 7 cap is what we do, and it's click, 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 hit enter. That's what our rent is, and so it is just a function of construction. If that would tip the scale in favor of saying yes, let's go with this. I mean, I don't know what the matrix would be on what, I mean, if we're pulling the matrix off of my kid renting a 1,300 square foot unit for $2,500 a month, then yes, we can do some affordable housing for you guys. If that's the baseline.
It would be, I don't want to say exactly the same as the state, but we've got the planning commission is looking at a revision to the PDR ordinance next week.
Yeah, Tuesday.
That would allow that. Right now, there's an exception in there for senior housing. It would allow if there was an exception for an affordable housing type product. So that's something that we're talking about. I think it has some strong support on the council. The area definitely needs it. The language can maybe be tweaked a little bit to where you wouldn't necessarily have to meet like the 1040 or the 2040 or 2050, whatever the tax code requirements are, but you may be able to present your own criteria possibly. I've been thinking about that, to where a certain percentage met that AMI requirement.
We would not be opposed to that. And this again, Zach's already insulted all the old people in the room. Our intention for this is I'm not building this project for my kid, but we look at this as, you're from Santa Clara, your family's from Santa Clara, you want to stay in Santa Clara. This is where your kids are going to go and have an affordable option while they're getting their foundation set. Would be our preference is maybe a strong word, but we didn't ever envision this as a place for seniors that have been in Santa Clara and they've had their estates and now they're downsizing and coming into this. We'd rather see this as a kind of an energetic, younger crowd that's starting in Santa Clara and has roots in Santa Clara and wants to be in Santa Clara, but they just can't go afford the half-acre house yet.
Well, and I see it as potential for workforce.
And workforce.
I mean, it's you've got the resorts that require employees, the commercial require employees.
We don't have the study, is just Patrick Manning telling us this, but they're going to have thousands of employees, he said. And I don't know what that really means. We don't have any statistics. We don't have any, definitive data, but we know there's going to be a lot of workforce people that are going to need some housing too.
Anyway, I just bring that up because it is going to planning commission. I think it's got the support of council. And so that may be an option without doing any additional change to the PDR. So,
and Mr. Mayor, we're not opposed to it. we just, we think that in this unique site where it's really, it's a perfect site for doing this, that you guys can decide what it wants to be when it's all grown up. But, and we're not opposed to it, but this is a great shot to solve some problems.
And I agree with you. Your site plan and the location kind of sets it up. It's a good spot to have some. If you're going to have an apartment project more than 30 units, this is a great place to do it because it's not adjacent to single family. It's nestled behind the commercial.
And it's in a hole.
And it's down where, yeah, you can do multi-story and not really impede the views.
Yep.
So it's not a bad place. But let me go to council, get some comments. I know Lena's chomping at the bit over there.
No, I'm okay.
Council, questions? Comments?
I'll say, and then Lena can correct me, but this is.
Ben, I hope it's a nice comment because I don't live here, but I'd vote for you just your last name. So I hope it's a nice comment. You don't ruin.
Well, it is a nice comment. I mean, this is the issue I had with the 30. As I read that ordinance, and I've struggled with that ordinance going, we basically just drawing a line in the sand saying it's 30 units or not. I mean, here we've got we've got the perfect location for a place like this with walking proximity to grocery. We're going to have a bus stop out there. We've got all the stuff there. It's in a perfect location for the surrounding area. And yet we're going to just say, okay, it's 30 or less. And that's where I personally would like to review the ordinance and have, I wasn't around when that was drafted and the purpose of it behind it. Certainly the city's changed since then and the developable area. But this is, if there was an area that I don't think we would have a whole lot of pushback. It's right here. It's
well, and the language is a little ambiguous for us because it says per parcel, 30 per parcel. So what if we just did 5 tax IDs on there? And that's a parcel and a parcel and a parcel. But we want to go through the front door. We're not going to ever go.
That was my next comment is you literally could break this up into, there's an easy way around this. And I think we need to understand that as a council. You certainly could do that. And you call it, name 5 different LLCs and develop it out. It skirts through our ordinance. And that's what I don't want. I'd rather look at this as a whole development and go.
We would too.
It really, and I get concerned saying, well, we're going to mandate a section of affordable housing to get around it. I'd rather just look at the ordinance and as a council, knowing that since that was written, since that was approved to today, things, the demographics change. The things of it, the need has changed. So I think back then, I would imagine the city council's looking at this going, we're a bedroom community and we're going to have all R110 plus lots and gardens. And then you hear Zach right there, that the youth don't want the big lawns. They don't want a lot of people would rather just live there for the convenience that when they leave town for a week to go wherever they go, they turn it off and leave and it's maintained and they don't have to worry about it. So that's where I feel on it. I'd love to.
And Councilmember Shakespeare, I'm really talking from personal experience. I'm not subsidizing my kid. They're fully on their own. But when I was 26 years old, there's no way I could have afforded $2,500 a month for rent. They're struggling and they're moving to get, they can't afford it.
Yeah. That's all I had. That's all I had. We'll get a bigger pushback on the C-store from the community than the apartment.
Until you're driving by every day and going in and get your 44 ounce, then you're going to be like, this is the greatest thing that ever happened.
Believe me, I'm all for it. So I think it's a perfect location for it. But just on that was just my comment. So.
You want some other comments?
Absolutely.
Okay. I actually like the location of the apartments. I think what you've done with the change in your design is much better than what we saw previously.
Thank you. And we're still massaging it actually too. So there will be some more massaging going on now to the finish line.
I agree with a lot of what Ben said, but I'm one who does not want to do away with the ordinance. What I would prefer to do as far as the apartments go is tweak it so that it gives an exception for the affordable housing component. Our city desperately needs an affordable housing component. So whether that's a percentage, I don't know what's on the public hearing for next week. I haven't looked at it. But whatever, if it's a percentage of the number of units that we allow to qualify for it, whatever that is, that's where my vote lies, is to work with developers to put in an affordable housing component. Question for you on your man cave / hobby huts. Are you going to allow any of those to be slept in? I saw on the renderings that they have
Yes.
kitchenettes and stoves and things like that.
They will be
so-
owner occupied. They're for sale. We're not renting them. They're for sale. And that also will be a non-nightly rental thing, but they'll be able to put a studio upstairs. I mean, there's concepts. You guys have one down in Bloomington. I don't know if you guys ever walked through any of those, but some of them have little studios in them. Some have just, a game room upstairs or a lounge upstairs, or there's a component to going out, and it's kind of a place that you go to hang out, to do your stuff with your cars and your stuff.
Right.
So they are a single family unit. Basically.
It'll have a tax ID, and that part of it will be condominiumized. So yeah, it'll be a separate tax ID unit.
We just might need to address it in our ordinances because I'm not sure how we would deal with that.
I think they would
We've
just
called
be
them
like
townhomes,
like
what we call them.
They'd treat them like a
Okay.
townhome, but
Yep.
they would count as part of your overall project density and have to meet the
Residential.
residential component for
of the
that. So
ordinance.
if you're, I don't know what your overall density is on the residential side.
We're 130, 128 on 20.74 acres.
So you're under 12.
Or
Are
yeah,
you under 8?
We're under
I can't
8.
do the math in my head. Come on, Techie. I have staff.
I
over
failed
there.
math 97 at BYU, so I'm leaving this up to you guys.
But if you add the apartments in the man case, at
We're
least. according-
128 on 20.74 acres. 128 total units.
So you're around 7, under 7.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's not 120 apartment units.
No,
plus
that-
30
that
man
one
cave.
building.
That old one you're looking at, that got taken
Okay.
off, and now that's just common space
Okay.
that we will hardscape.
So you're under 8. So you just, when they become single family dwellings,
Yeah.
it has to be considered in the residential mix on the density side. So
Right.
it sounds like you're going to be okay that way. And I would probably rather treat them like that from the city's perspective, because then they're going to get the adequate parking and everything else that comes along with the residential unit. And we don't have to worry about somebody moving in illegally and living in the storage unit.
Right.
It's an allowed use.
Yep.
It can be built and inspected and
Built to safety.
built
Yeah, that
built
was-
the codes and everything else that way. And everybody knows it from day one, so we don't get residents.
No, guys, going through the front door is the only way to do it, because when you start doing backdoor things, it turns into a nightmare. So
Anything else, Lena?
I don't think so. Any talks on who your C-store might be? I have been asked that question a gazillion times.
2 years ago, I shouldn't even say this, but Maverick said no, and they just recently circled back and said maybe, but he's got this weird fantasy as a child that he wanted to own a dry cleaner and a C-store as a child. So maybe it's just gonna be Joe Brown's C-store. I don't know, but that's one of his dreams.
Okay.
He wants to stand behind the counter and sell donuts and hand people drinks.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't think I have any other questions.
Jarrett?
I do like the orientation of the C-store. I think that'll help with the neighbors for sure. How will the elevation of this compare to across the street? I'm just trying to think of those neighbors. Are they gonna be looking, you said they're not gonna lose their views, which I think is right because it's lower, but how is that?
So
working with the traffic?
Pioneer kind of goes up the hill like this. These people south, they're actually elevated up a little bit because it goes
Yeah.
up like this. So those people they won't see the apartments, and they'll see the top of the C stores, but they're up on that hill a little bit, and it probably affects right now. I mean, future growth, I can't speak to that, but right now there's probably 7 backyards that will even be looking out in that direction.
The view's a little, well, it depends on what you're looking at. If you want to see the wash, it's going to block the wash. If you're looking at Red Mountain and Pine Valley, it's not going to even come close to that. So
Okay. And then the apartments that are in the center, they'd be 3 stories. but the render makes it look like you're only seeing about 2 stories because it's so much lower. Is that the way that you're actually planning it for it to work?
What you're looking at is exactly to scale.
Yeah, there's a wall right there.
That was like a retaining
Yeah,
wall and it
that's a window.
drops. Okay.
It'd have to be sprinkled, right, Chief?
And we would have shown a different elevation of just Pioneer looking at the commercial, but I thought that was pointless because you just see the commercial buildings. I mean,
And these are less than 35 feet,
less than, I think we're right at 30. I mean, 3 stories, 9 foot with your
but
truss.
you're not asking for a height variance.
We will be
It
within.
complies to the existing height limitation.
Then
They
we
would
have-
just have to be sprinkled because 3-story.
And then probably just my only other comment would be, I like the colors and the look. That was a pretty big deal with some of the commercial that's come up recently, is how it looks, how it meshes with the other buildings. And I think you're on the right track there.
And again, we're going to massage and we'll take, when we go to design, we'll design a review with you guys. We'll fine tune it too.
I think this is the goodest place for a apartment complex, and what they've shown is very nice. I'd like to see an affordable housing element into it if we could, because we really need it.
And you can't quote me on this, but we're assuming a 2-bedroom apartment will be right around $1,400.
You remember what the chart was? What's the AMI that can afford $1,400?
Well, according on, this is through Utah Affordable Housing, to talk about income limits with HUD. The adjusted median family income, there's 3 different categories they go through, and it's less than 30% of the adjusted median family income, 30 to 50%, and then 50 to 80% are the 3 categories that they'd fall into.
What was you remember what, based on a newly adjusted AMI, and I know it's brand new because the census just came back, what would be those values, dollar amounts per month? That's what I need
I
to
don't
look at.
have those. I know that when they talk about the affordable housing, it includes it's your rent, your HOA, your utilities, all are in that. Robert Smith that's talking about the one, his 1-bedroom apartment, according for him going on the federal side of things, a 1-bedroom apartment would be $283 a month. Is where a 1-bedroom apartment would be, according to what he's told us.
But he's got a bunch more units, so his pro forma is different. And thinking what I'm hearing, council, and plumb me up if I go off track here. But if there was an affordable housing component that could be defined by the applicant, it wouldn't necessarily have to meet that tax credit definition that we talked about, that was approved by the council. That's a real easy thing to include in the ordinance, right, Matt?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean,
They would present a plan, their proposed plan that provides some workforce housing, whatever you want to call it, as part of that project. And there's some controls that can be verified so that we can check it to make sure it's happening. But it wouldn't necessarily have to meet the same requirement as the tax credit that the Utah Housing Corporation does. You could custom fit it a little bit for your project, and then we would have to approve it. So council would be able to see it and say, yeah, well, it might be a little low, add 3 more, something like that, and then build that into the PD approval.
But it would get recorded the same way on the plat, just so you know that.
Yeah, it would be part of the zone change, because your next step is a PD zone change. So it'd be a condition in the zone change and then would follow through.
And before we went too far down the path, that we just love to see what some of the parameters are that you're talking about, because if we're always hesitant to do any tax increment finance or tax credit financing, just because it becomes impossible to sell. It just,
and I don't want to push you into that boat. He's going into that boat on his
on a board.
Smith. He's wanting to go into that, and it's a defined plan.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is define your plan that works for you guys.
Yeah, we can do that.
And then bring that, and all we'd have to do is change the ordinance or an approved plan or a alternate plan approved by city council. It'd be a real simple
again,
Ordinance.
back to my kid, their combined income is probably 80,000 between him and his wife, and they're paying $30,000 a year in rent. And if they could go get something for $1,400 that was brand new and efficient, I mean, the house they're in is probably 60 years old, 40 years old. I mean, it's old. It's inefficient. I mean, that would drop it down to 18,000 instead of 30,000. They'd change their lives.
If I recall, 1,400 a month, I think that qualified in some of those
I did
30%.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't,
that's
I think-
30, if you multiply that out, it's 30% of 56,000 a year.
yeah.
GI. So I don't know what our median
I think
is.
So that's close. That's
Yeah.
really close.
Yeah, I don't think
It
you're
was a little
too
higher.
terribly far off is my recollection.
AMI.
When Brock said
Yeah.
230 a month, I remembered like 1,400 in some of those, on some of those units there that would actually because it tears it out on, percentages of that, but I don't think you're far off. And I do like the idea of a plan.
Yeah, come up with a plan
Yep,
and
we'll
make
come up with a
sure it
plan.
includes all the components, like, isn't it 10-year? It has to stay that way for 10 years. I mean, some things like that to be in there as well. If you're down under the 8 units, you're not gonna have to do the super fancy amenities. You're not doing short-term rental. So you can do some things. I'm not
Where
saying make it
where that
cheap.
other building was, that's gonna turn into a full amenity space there.
Yeah, so-
And we're still gonna do amenities.
But you're not doing a lazy river
We're
and
not doing lazy river.
That was my question.
I know Wendell wanted a lazy river. He personally texted me and said, hey, I want a lazy river, but
Based on 96 units, you could do 72,000 square feet of sod. Just saying. I did the calculation there. I just,
don't
so you
Don't do it.
might be all right.
put in the sport court.
Joe, partner Joe, do you have anything?
Great. That's some great direction. And we appreciate the honest feedback and having you, because we've done this enough times and it's important for us to come and have these conversations first. So we just all work together to make the process easier usually. And so we appreciate the feedback. We'll go back and put some ideas together. We'll put a plan, to make it work.
Okay.
Mayor, before we let these guys go, can I bring up one other thing that's related to this property? We have a land exchange agreement with you guys that is sitting at the title company, just waiting to be closed.
I thought that was all done.
It is not. That's
Hey,
never,
It will be done.
okay, it's never been closed. So we want to make sure that we,
We've signed it all. It is done, signed, finished.
okay, well, let me touch base with the title company then, because the last I heard was it was sitting there and waiting to be signed and hadn't been done. So,
I know we signed it, so
okay,
if there's any issues, we will re-sign. Next time we're down here, we'll get a notary and go over to the title company, get it done, but I
okay,
know it was
okay.
done.
Yeah, I just, there's no issues with it. I just wanted to make sure that we get that done before anything goes forward. So,
They
I'll-
made us do it concurrently with that, so that's. I mean,
okay,
however
well,
long you've had it.
I'll find out. I'll find out. So, but,
But,
okay,
but there is no issue. We're-
right, and no issue here either.
Unless we have leverage over you. What?
I think it's the other way around.
We just don't want to make sure it's done. So, thanks, guys.
Thanks, gentlemen. Good seeing you again. Okay, Gary, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Introduce your compadre.
Okay, I will. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, I wish I could be there in person, but I'm under quarantine. So tonight we're just going to be presenting the cost of service and rate design study that the Utility Financial Solutions has been working on for the city for the last few months. Mark Beauchamp is the president of UFS, and he will be giving his presentation and going into a lot of detail on this rate study and also the power cost adjustment. The cost of service and rate discussion will include the financial state of the power department, what it is right now, where it is going to be in the future, and where it should be in the future for the next 5 years. Second, discussion will be on the power cost adjustment. UFS has done this power cost adjustment for Washington City a few years ago. I talked with Rick Hansen. He's the power director for Washington City, and he says it's working pretty well for them. They haven't had hardly any backlash from residents on it. They've had a few questions, but it's working well for them. The power cost adjustment is a rate increase program that you would implement either monthly or every 6 months or however we deem necessary. And that just passes along the power cost increases or decreases to the customer on whatever basis we do it monthly. Washington City does it monthly. And that just helps protect the city financially in case power costs drastically rise. Rick Hansen over at Washington said their average adjustment to the monthly power rate is around 4 to 6 tenths of a cent. So it doesn't fluctuate a whole lot. Anyway, with that brief introduction, I'll let Mark Beauchamp give his presentation.
All right. Thank you, Gary.
Yep.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you again. Gary, can I go ahead and share my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Somebody's have to allow me, I think.
I think Brock or Christelle will have to allow you to share.
I should be able to.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate the talk to you about the cost of service results. I talked to you about a month or 2 months ago about the financial projection results and a little bit about the targets. And I want to go through those again tonight. What you're going to see is a proposed rate track, and you'll see certain key financial results. I will say overall, the electric utility is in very good shape financially. It doesn't mean we don't need to adjust rates in a small amount to keep it that way. But from what's called a debt to equity ratio, there's certain key financial targets we look at to see how the utility is doing. And you're about on average, a little bit higher on the debt to equity ratio, but that's projected to come down over the 5-year projection. So from a leverage standpoint or a debt standpoint, you're in good shape. The age of your electric system is right at the national average, about right around 50%. So you're in really good shape. And I want to go through what we look at and how we assess the need for rate adjustments. So I'll go through the things like debt coverage ratio, which are mandated when you issue bonds or revenue bonds. I'm going to go through how we determine how much cash the utility needs to maintain at a minimum. And another target, it's kind of an upper boundary for us, but it's a targeted operating income. I'll talk about how we determine that and what it's used for. Then I'm going to go into the cost of service results. And your cost of service results look very good. I think the last time I did a study was probably about 5 years ago, I'm guessing. But the study results need some tweaking, but you're in very good shape. As part of that, I'm going to talk about the monthly customer charges. And again, you're right at cost of service with those. And then certain discussion items. One is what we're proposing is a power cost adjustment mechanism. In the months of June and July this year in Utah, there's been some very large increases in power supply costs. And that was, of course, indicated, and I got a call earlier this week from Washington City about the power cost adjustment because their power costs did rise quite substantially. But because of having this mechanism in place for several years now, we're able to use some reserves that had been built up through the mechanism to actually offset and reduce some of the power supply costs for June and July to minimize impacts on customers. And I want to go through how we develop and use a power cost adjustment. Now, as part of this, we also have a proposed rate design to achieve certain rate adjustments and certain targets that we've established. Now, we're not looking for any approval on the rate design at this meeting, but we are looking for, if you agree with what we've done, to bring it back to the council in the next meeting for approval if the study results appear reasonable to you. So with that said, the first thing we do is to build out a long-term financial model. And we look out 5 years. And of course, when it's based on what's happened historically, what we think is going to happen in the future. And it's built upon certain assumptions. And I've listed the key assumptions on this slide. The very first one is inflation. And right now in the study, we assumed a 2.2% inflation rate. Now, if you look at like the month of March, I think the inflation rate in the US is over 5%. But based on the projections, most economists believe that the inflation rate will fall back to our historical norm of about 2.2%. We assumed, Santa Clara, the whole area of southern Utah is growing substantially. And that's projected used in our financial projection. And we assume going forward that 2022, between 2019 and 2020 and 2022, over that 2-year time period, about an 8.3% increase in sales. And then for the next 3 years, we assumed a 3.5%. And then in 2026, we kind of put it back to normal for purposes of the projection at 0.5%. The power supply cost changes, we assume that in 2022, costs would go up by 1%, and then 3% increases in 2023 and 2026. Now, if you implement a power cost adjustment moving forward, any changes in the power supply cost would be picked up through the power cost adjustment mechanism. So in a sense, if those power supply cost changes occurred, they would get picked up automatically and they wouldn't result in any need to go back and adjust rates because it'd be done automatically. Then there's the capital improvement program and the debt issuances associated with it. And on the right-hand side, you see that we assumed the purchase of both generating units in this study. So a capital improvement plan spent in 2022, about $5.5 million. And about half of that we'd be issuing debt and the other half paid from reserves. Then we have the capital improvement plan from the next 4 years, a modest $130,000 in 23, $1.5 million approximately in 24, about $2.2 million in 25, and then a real modest adjustment in 26. Now, with these assumptions, we built out the financial model. And I'm going to go through that in a few slides from now. But before I do, I want to talk about certain key financial targets that we look at. And one of the first one, in many ways a major one, very major one, is something called debt coverage ratio. Whenever you issue debt, revenue bonds, they come with bond covenants. And the bond covenants require the utility to maintain a coverage ratio. And what a coverage ratio is, it looks at the amount of cash that's generated from operations in a given year and compares that to the total debt service payment. Now, the bond ordinance typically requires you to maintain about a 1.2 or a 1.25 coverage. But because electric sales are so dependent on weather and then certain bad things can happen that can increase your cost, we build in a safety factor, usually about a 0.2. So we target a minimum debt coverage of 1.4 in our projections. We want to make sure the utility stays above that 1.4. Because if we fall below that bond covenant, we're in technical default on the debt. And it's not that they're going to come up knocking on the door demanding payment, but what's going to happen is down the road when you go to issue debt again, the rating agencies are going to see that you failed your bond covenants. And it's going to affect your bond rating and subsequently the interest that you pay on your debt. Now, this is without any rate adjustments, but you can see that you're above that minimum target until 2024. And then after that, in 2025 and 2026, you fall slightly below that minimum debt coverage ratio that we want to make sure that you're above. So as I go through this presentation, if there's any questions anybody has, please go ahead and stop me and ask them. The next thing we look at is how much cash the utility needs to maintain in reserves at a minimum. And we look at, we consider you a relatively low risk utility. Your power supply costs are relatively stable. Yeah, they change somewhat, but they're relatively stable. And so we look at only 5 factors in determining the amount of cash that you need to maintain. The very first one is operation and maintenance cost. We want to make sure that you have enough working capital in reserves for the timing difference that exists between when you pay bills and get the money from customers, called working capital lag. So for example, you may go all through the month of January paying for labor, materials, supplies. And let's say you have one billing cycle. So at the end of the month, you read all the meters and you send the bills out the first week of February. You don't get that money until the second or third week of March. So there's that lag between when you paid the bills and get the money from customers. So we have to make sure that that's in your reserves at all times so you can pay your bills in a timely fashion. So any utility that bills monthly, there's a 45-day lag between when you pay the bills and get that money from the customers. That represents, pick 45 days divided by 365 days in a year. That's 12.3%. And that's why that factor is there. Then there's the purchase power cost. There's 2 things that occur. One is there's a working capital lag, but it's not as large of a working capital lag as on your O&M, because at the end of the month of January, UAMPS reads your meter and sends you a bill the first week of February. You pay at the end of February, and you get that money from customers 2 weeks later. So we factor that into the analysis. We also look at your power supply costs vary substantially on a month-to-month basis. So we look at what your largest purchase power bill is, and we calculate the working capital lag against that largest purchase power bill. That's where the 13.8% comes in. I'm going to skip the next one for a moment and go to the next 2. The next one is your debt service payment. We want to make sure that your largest debt service payment that occurs throughout the year is in your reserves. And that represents about 83% of your annual payment. And the reason it's not 50% is because when you pay debt through bonds, one payment is interest only. The other payment is both principal and interest. So we want to make sure that the principal and interest, that larger payment, is in your reserves at all times. Then there's the capital improvement program, net of bond proceeds. And what we want to make sure occurs is that you have cash in your reserves at the start of the construction season to make sure you can complete the projects that you have planned for that year. And because we use a 5-year average, because capital plans go up and down each year, we average it over the 5-year period. Now I'm going to come back to this factor. It's called historical rate base. And what that is representing is bad things happen to our infrastructure. Catastrophic events can be an ice storm or a windstorm. If you're in Florida, it could be a hurricane, or Louisiana. And what we want to ensure occurs or happens is not that you have enough money in reserves to fund an entire catastrophic event, but that you have enough money in reserves to start the repair and replacement process until adequate financing can be arranged. Now, it's a bit of a subjective assessment. And what we look at is we first look at the age of your infrastructure. Your infrastructure is 48% depreciated. So you're slightly less than the average. You have newer infrastructure than the average utility around the country. So, and you're not in an area that we feel is at extreme risk for something catastrophic occurring. So because of that, we consider you a low risk utility. So we take 1% of your historical investment in assets. We want to keep that in reserves at all times. When we do the calculation for 2022, it comes out to about 1.9 million. Of course, it increases each year because your expenses change. And it goes up in 2026 to about $2.5 million. Now, if you look at your projected cash reserves without any rate changes, you can see that you're exceeding the target in 22 and 23, but you fall below the target in 24 through 26. So we need to do something to get the cash reserves back up and above the minimum. The third target, before I move on though, is there any questions on minimum cash reserves? Okay. The next target is, we consider it more of an upper boundary. To determine what rate adjustments a utility should have, it's not an exact science. So what we do is we look at certain minimums, minimum debt coverage ratio, minimum cash reserves. We have to set rates high enough to maintain those levels. We also have an upper boundary. The upper boundary is what we call a target operating income. And it's a different way of looking at your financials. It's like how an accountant would look at your financial statements. Because in this situation, we want to fully fund depreciation expense because that's a representation of the amount of infrastructure being used and consumed by your customers in any given year. So for example, if you install an asset that costs $1 million with a 20-year life, every year, theoretically, you have $50 worth of depreciation on that infrastructure that's representing that wear and tear on the infrastructure. So we want that amount to be set aside. However, if we only set aside depreciation expense at the end of 20 years and we have to go to replace that asset, we theoretically have recovered $1 million. But when we go to replace it, it's going to cost more than that. So we have to set aside an amount that's equivalent to the inflationary increase in assets replacement cost. So that's where this target operating income comes in. So when you look at like the Handy-Whitman index, which monitors the change in cost, like electric infrastructure cost, over the past 20 years, the infrastructure inflation rate for electric utilities is about 3.2% a year. So in a sense, we're trying to set aside that inflation of 3.2%. And in yours, for Santa Clara, it represents about $400,000 a year, $500,000 a year, that theoretically we would need to set aside to fully fund replacement cost of infrastructure. Now, in this situation, this becomes theoretically our upper boundary. So we set rates high enough to exceed our minimums, but low enough to not exceed our target operating income. So when we pull all of the financials together and compare them to the targets, this slide shows that without any rate adjustments, our debt coverage ratio is good the first 3 years, but then we fall below it in the next 2 years. Our cash reserves, which currently are above our minimums, are expected to fall below our minimums in 24 and 25. Our target operating income, again, that's our upper boundary, You can see that in 2022 and 2023, we have modest operating incomes. And then in 2026, we're projected to fall negative. So this indicates us that we need to do something to adjust rates to keep the utility financially stable. Because if we don't, what's going to occur is the cash is going to continue to decline. Debt coverage ratio is going to continue to decline, as well as operating income. And the need for rate increases don't typically go away. They just compound on themselves. And every year they continue to get worse. And so from a customer standpoint, customers tend to prefer small inflationary type rate adjustments rather than large adjustments like, say, 5 or 10%. We try to stay below 5% if we can. Sometimes our minimum, or we have to go between 5 and 10%. Those still tend to be acceptable, but you get backlash from the large users. You always try to avoid double-digit rate increases. So to keep the utility on track and financially stable, what we're proposing is a series of 3 2.5% rate adjustments. And what that does is it keeps your debt coverage ratio well above the minimum. It turns around your cash reserves. And in you're above the minimum throughout the projection. And then your operating income, you can see that you went from, in the previous slide, you were negative in 2026 to actually having a positive operating income in 2026 of 404,000. So those rate adjustments were between those bandwidths of the minimums and the target upper boundary operating income. So in many ways, this is one of the key slides that we look for input in, or if there's any concerns that the governing body for the utilities we work for have in the projections that we've done.
Mark, where your adjusted operating income starts to tail off at after 2024 when your rate increase drops back to zero, is there any advantage to consider a 1% or something like that to prevent that from tailing off? It looks like is it digging a hole again or starting to dig a hole?
It would start to dig a hole, because what would happen is, of course, our operating incomes, you can see it's relatively stable during this period. And our cash balances, if you remember in the projection, we had some pretty small capital improvement programs in 2026. I think it was like $100,000. And what happens with capital is you don't always know what's needed in capital. Santa Clara is a growing utility, and it gets to be 1 or 2 or 3 years from now, something may be identified, such as a substation that needs to be rebuilt or added, or some sub-transmission facilities that need to be added. And so there are things that are going to occur over the next 5 years that we don't know today. And of course, staff did the best they could in the projection, but there's always those unknowns. And so I'd be hesitant personally to allow this, because you're only slightly above the minimums, you're not dramatically above, that if we went down to 1% and something else happened, we could be setting ourselves up, and subsequently our ratepayers, for large adjustments that might occur, 3 or 4 years from now. And there's another thing to remember. Even though I think we're pretty good at financial projections, what we have noticed historically is that when we look out 1 or 2 or 3 years, our projections are pretty close. But when you start looking out 4 or 5 years, the only thing I'm certain of is I'm going to be wrong, because these models are built based on assumptions, and some of these assumptions are going to occur and some others aren't. And so there's a certain amount of buffer that we're also trying to build for the utility, that if something unexpected did happen, or if our projections are off in years 4 and 5, that you have built up enough buffer, so to speak, especially in cash reserves, to minimize any immediate rate impacts on customers. So, and that's kind of what happened recently with Washington City, because June and July were very expensive with respect to power supply costs. But fortunately for Washington City, they had cash reserves, and we're able to not use their operating cash reserves so much, but their power cost adjustment cash reserves that were built up within that fund to minimize any immediate rate impacts on customers. The bills are still going to go up, but not as much as they would have had they not built up that buffer. So I know I gave you a long answer to the question.
Yeah, and I guess I'm just wondering in 2025 and 2026 where we have a zero increase, why wouldn't you want to do that like at a 1% or something like that to keep them from dropping out in those years? And I know you'd probably come back and look at it before 2025 and redo your projections, but just curious.
No, that's the exact reason why when we do when we do these studies, what we a cost of service study portion that I'll be talking about next. Those should be updated every 3 to 5 years. Okay. Other than that, they're relatively stable unless there's a major change in cost structure. But these financial projections, which to me are more key and a lot easier for us to update, these should be updated more routinely. We actually recommend they get updated annually. But a lot of utilities will bring us back every 2 or 3 years just to update these projections. We do not like to propose or do rate designs that extend beyond 3 years. And the reason we do that is because there's so many variables and unknowns that can happen that we kind of want the utility to have somebody come in to look at these projections again after at least 3 years. And that's the reason we don't do it.
Hey, Mark, this is Gary. If the council approves the power cost adjustment along with the rate increase, that will help buffer those last 2 years as well, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, the power cost adjustment is going to lower your risk. And because as your power supply costs change, they'll get passed on to customers. So that's, probably represents 65, 70% of your cost, by more than that, of your total cost. So we're reducing our risk associated with those changes because we are passing them on to customers, not immediately. I mean, I'll talk about that in a moment, but over a course of a 6-month period, we'll slowly adjust our power cost adjustment to recover those costs. So we still have to maintain some reserves, but not as much. So our risk now is shifted almost entirely to our distribution infrastructure. So our risk gets lower. And so so if there's any changes in the power costs in 25 or 26, it's very likely that we would come back and say you don't need a rate adjustment, even though your costs have gone up.
I was a new mayor the last time our debt coverage ratio dropped below the bond covenant, and I will not go through that again.
Yeah. I won't say that we're ultra conservative in our projections and in our recommendations, but I am an accountant, so I do tend to be a little bit on the conservative side. And, that's why we have that safety factor built in, because there's a lot of consequences if you start failing your bond covenants, especially on a continual basis. One thing if you fail it 1 year, but if you fail it for a few years in a row, that will definitely cause issues. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So now the next section, I'm going to talk about the cost of service study. What a cost of service study is and what it does is it takes the total revenue requirements, theoretical revenue requirements for the utility, and it looks at what classes or who is causing certain costs to occur. For example, your power supply demand costs. You build your demand cost based on your peak demand that occurs in any given month, or in some cases in the course of a year. And we look at who's using energy at the hour in which that peak demand occurs. And that's the load research that we look at and perform in doing these analysis. We look at who's causing it, and then subsequently allocate that portion of the cost to the respective classes. We look at the distribution system and the requirements of each class, how much transformer capacity every customer is using, how much capacity you need in the distribution wires. And we go through this allocation process to say, okay, for the residential class, it costs us about $4.7 million to provide them with service. We receive a little less than $4.4 million in revenues. So that means for them to fully meet their cost of service, we would need a 7.6% rate increase. And we're not recommending that, but that's what the cost of service results indicated. For small commercial, it said we would need an 8.7%, because it's a very small class. Medium commercial, it said we would need a 9.2% increase. Large commercial, it would need a 4% increase. Now, one of the things with cost of service is it's a snapshot in time. In other words, I'm looking at your test year, that single year, and I'm doing the cost allocations. Now, your cost of service will change over time. And there's not a utility in the country that charges 100% cost of service based rates. So, but what you try to do is move in the direction that the cost of services is stating, and to do it in a manner that's slow and methodical, that you minimize any adverse rate impacts on any customers or customer classes. So one of the things we do, like for example, we have a 2.5% rate adjustment scheduled for the next 3 years. And the residential class, when I look at the system average, it said we need an 8% increase. Residential say 7.6. So actually it's slightly less than the average, real close to the average. So when we do the rate design, we're going to give the residential class pretty much the average increase of 2.5%. When we look at the small commercial and the medium commercial, they're a little bit higher, a little bit above that 8.1%. So we're going to give them a little bit more than the 2.5%, because the cost of service study says directionally that's how we should move. Then large commercial, it's 4%, about half the system average. So they're going to get less than the average increase. And that's how we use the cost of service results. And you'll see that in our proposed rate design. Now, there's another component that we always like to discuss and talk about, and it's the fixed monthly customer charge. And part of the reason we want to talk about it is because, for one, it does have impacts on residential and small commercial when we make changes. It doesn't impact the medium and large so much because their bills are quite large. And even if, say, a large commercial whose bill is $4,000 or $5,000 a month, if we go from $87 to $197, they probably won't even notice it on their bill. Now, in the case of Santa Clara, you're currently charging residential customers $20 a month. Cost of service, they said it's really close, $19.33. So, the monthly customer charge is something that oftentimes is very controversial because the environmental groups, for example, they don't like high customer charges because it reduces the energy or the volumetric charge that you're billing customers. So they want more incentive to conserve on electricity or on water. And so they want you to keep the customer charges low and the volumetric charges high. But from a fairness standpoint, especially in areas that are seasonal, where you have a lot of customers that are only there for part of the year, it becomes a fairness issue because the year-round customers, when it's rolled in all into that volumetric charge, end up subsidizing seasonal customers. So now it becomes a fairness issue if you don't charge the proper customer charge. Now, fortunately for Santa Clara, your residential customer charge is right in line. We're not proposing any changes to that residential customer charge. Small commercial, you're going to see some slight adjustments. Same thing with medium and large. So is there any questions about the cost of service results before I start talking about the power cost adjustment?
What determines small commercial versus large commercial? What would our businesses we have, where would they, well, what do we have?
I believe, I'm going to give it a shot, but I may look for more direction from staff, but I believe small commercial they're billed on an energy only rate. So there's no demand component built into the rate. Where when you get into the medium and the large commercial, what happens is they have a demand charge. And what a demand charge is it looks at the customer's peak usage in the course of a month and bills them based on that maximum demand because it represents their usage of the distribution system. Well, for small commercial, historically, same thing with residential, we've never had the capability to identify that demand. So we've only had the ability to charge them on a kilowatt hour basis. So usually there's a break point between what's defined as small commercial and what's defined as medium. And sometimes that break point is determined, it may have been determined several years ago, on the cost of the additional metering. That's not economical to install that higher cost metering. And somebody's only going to use 1,000 kilowatt hours a month. So I know I gave you a high level answer to it. I don't recall the specifics on the criteria.
It's for small, it's up to 10 kilowatts demand.
Okay.
Medium 10 to 50, and then large is above 50 kilowatt demand.
Yep. Okay. So is there any other questions?
But Gary, do you know like which, like an example of companies in our city that fall in those categories, just to give us an idea? Like is large or the medium?
Yes, I believe Harmon's is considered large, and some of the gas stations, I think they're still considered small. They just don't use enough demand. Jack Taylor is on as well. Jack, do you remember which ones are which?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he's with us.
Jack, I think you're on mute.
No, that's yours.
Sorry, I'm here, but my granddaughter just walked in and she's talking up a storm. Hold on.
That's cute.
I want to say we have very few that fall in the medium commercial. I want to say it's more small, and then the Harmon's in large commercial. I want to say that's the majority where our commercial falls. I fall few into.
Yeah, when I was talking to Sherry, I can't remember what she had mentioned, but I believe most, like even the new ones like Ace Hardware and Mobetta's, the Tag and Go, they'll probably fall into the medium, not the large. The Tag and Go could go into large depending on how many customers they use, because they have a larger service. Where, you know, Harmon's has got all their refrigerators and freezers, they use quite a bit of power. But Dollar Tree and Ace, those will probably be in the medium, maybe even the small, depending on their usage.
Just as a reference point, if the demand break point is 10, a residential demand, an average demand for residential is usually about 5 to 7 kW. So that demand threshold would be right around or a little higher than a typical residential customer, if that gives you any perspective.
If I remember right, Gary, it seemed like anything over 30 kW was medium to large. It went up from there.
Okay. That sounds about right. I talked to Sherry about it a week or two ago, and I can't quite remember the figures.
Yeah, I'm on the website and it says 10 to 50 is medium.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. I think we can move on with the presentation.
So then the power cost adjustment. Now, power cost adjustment, I would probably guess that 75% of electric utilities in the United States have some sort of power cost adjustment mechanism. And what it does is as your power supply costs change, it's automatically passed on to customers. So for example, we look at what your average power supply costs are. Let's say hypothetically they're 7 cents a kilowatt hour. And your power supply costs go up. Let's say they go to 7.5 cents a kilowatt hour. Then theoretically that half cent gets passed on to customers. Your base rates recover the 7 cents. The same thing if power costs go down. If they went to 6.5 cents, then the power cost adjustment mechanism is a negative half cent. Now, there's good and bad to power cost adjustments. The bad part of it is that if you don't implement it correctly, it can cause problems for your customers, because if you do it on a monthly basis, where you only look at one single month, and I'm recommending a monthly basis, but in a different way. If you only look at 1 month of power supply costs, you see those costs can jump up and down substantially on a month-to-month basis. That's actually what happened in Utah this past summer. The power supply costs increased about 30% between May and June. And so we don't want those large fluctuations to be passed on to customers. So what we do is we put in place a rolling average mechanism. And what we're recommending is a 6-month rolling average. And what that means is we look at your power supply costs over the last 6 months, and any variation over the last 6 months gets passed on to customers. So if you have a month like June where costs go up 30%, for example, then we're only going to pass on 1/6 of that change in that month. The next month, we're going to pass on another 1/6 of it, or 2/6 now. And that's going to continue to rise. So the mechanism changes slowly over time. And what it does is it protects the utility. It also protects the customers to some degree from large rate adjustments that would occur if all of a sudden the utility's financial condition deteriorated. It keeps the utility stable to prevent those large fluctuations. So in a way, what we're doing and the mechanism that we're proposing is to spread the risk or split the risk between the utility and the customer, where we only pass on a portion of it each month as far as the changes. And it's from a bond rating agency standpoint, it's one of the number one things that a utility can do to help maintain their current and future financial stability. And we typically recommend that utilities have power cost adjustments. Is there any questions at all about this mechanism? Because it is something that we are proposing to put in place this year.
Mark, this is Jack. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
How do we figure that 6-month period each month? Would Gary or who would take the power bill and put those numbers together in a spreadsheet and then give that to Sherry?
Yeah.
So that she could get the correct numbers in for the rates.
Yeah, we provide you with a model. We actually have a tariff written for you to do it, or also for approval, excuse me. But we also provide you with that, a spreadsheet. And basically you enter in the power supply cost for that month. You enter in the sales for that month, and the model looks over the 6-month rolling period and recalculates the what the power cost adjustment is. But because of the way that we do it, there's always a timing difference, in a sense that because the sales vary at a month-to-month basis, so we actually track the long-term over and under recovery, because there's always a slight over and under recovery each month, even though there's a power cost mechanism. It's because we're doing that 6-month rolling average. So we keep track of that also. So like in the case of Washington Township, we were able to pull in a portion of the power cost adjustment that was over recovered and use it to minimize the impacts on customers in the upcoming month. I hope that answered your question, Jack.
Yeah, that did. Thank you.
It's actually a pretty easy process.
And I believe we've already confirmed with Debbie that that Polaris will accept that program or that model.
So I do have a question. Do we have the ability, well, I know we'd have the ability to go back to previous years and see if we were implementing this, what this would look like, what it would look like to the city, I mean, per household, a cost, if we went back, say over 6 months over the last 3 years and pick a period and say, and maybe it's the summer when you do it, just see what that would look like for costs.
It is something that can be done. Yes. We can plug it into our models and see what that historic change would have been.
And second question, has this been proposed previously? Is there a reason we haven't looked at this before?
I don't think it's been proposed historically, has it, Jack?
No, it hasn't.
What do you do for new customers that don't have a 6-month history?
It's not done on a customer by customer basis. It's done only on the system. So when you do the calculation, you basically enter in, I don't know how your power bill actually looks, but you have one power supply bill and you have the kilowatt hours associated with that, with how much energy was delivered to Santa Clara. Those two numbers get entered. The spreadsheet calculates the power cost adjustment. That's applied to all customers equally.
Oh,
Ben, maybe to your question, one of the reasons we probably haven't jumped on it, like, and we probably should have, but the market for the number of years has been so good that we just haven't, we just didn't jump on it. And we tried to get this earlier than this, because I know I and the mayor and Brock and Gary have talked about it, that we thought after what happened last summer with the fires and stuff in California and that we better get something implemented. And it's just taken us a little bit too long to get it done.
So just on that, we're basically looking at a rate increase of 7.5% over 3 years, and only because we don't know beyond that. And then also doing a power, you call it a power cost adjustment, which would basically be 6-month rolling, whatever the cost of power is rolled onto the consumer. Is that correct?
That is correct. And it can be positive and negative. And, what Jack was saying was correct. Historically, especially over the last 10 years, power supply costs have been quite stable and actually decreased. And a lot of utilities, their power cost adjustment actually went negative. So customers saw rate reductions automatically. It goes up and down. It can be go up or go down for them.
Is anyone pointing out to the power providers that as our coal and natural gas, as they shut these down, our rates go up? Is that just me notice?
They're the ones that tell us. We heard that a lot
it amazes me. We talk about affordable housing so much, and pretty soon our power is going to be more money than our houses. So and Lane is the one that pointed this out. Gary and Jack, you'll probably answer this. In your 3-year plan, 2025 is when when things kind of swing for us. And it looks like it's because of a $2 million substation upgrade that's in the capital improvement plan. Can you explain, are you on target to do that upgrade? And what specifically is that upgrade?
Just looking at growth, we had planned for that substation in the South Hills. And for redundancy, in the summer, if we have like the Hassel substation, something go wrong in it, I don't know if the Grimshaw substation will be able to handle the whole city with the two transformers we have in that substation. There are 10 megawatt transformers in each, or we have 2 10 megawatt transformers in that Grimshaw substation. This year we hit our peak was 20 megawatts. So we would be pushing the limit on having one substation to run the whole city. So the substation in the South Hills will add to our capacity.
Ben, they've got fans. They've got fans on them, and they will go up to 12 or up to even 14 for a short period of time, megawatts, each one of them. But you don't want to get to that point.
No, we don't.
So that substation, regardless of growth that happens in South Hills, is needed. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes. Yeah. Within that time frame, the growth that we're seeing, even the growth, if it stops right now, it's almost warranted. But with the growth continuing, definitely yes, we'll need that substation for redundancy.
Now you're collecting impact fees too for that infrastructure, and that's built into this.
Yeah.
I think I'll just say I'm not a huge fan of the power cost adjustment. I think I just need to see how it's implemented a little bit better. Like I went on Washington City's website and there's no mention of that anywhere that I can find. So either it's just baked into their rates somehow that it's not real clear. I just like that right now customers know what they're going to pay and they can look at their bill and it all makes sense. But when you start throwing in this rolling month average, it could get fairly confusing.
I know oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
As you can say, when I was talking to Rick Hansen, they added a separate line item on the customer's bill that shows the power cost adjustment. So the customer can see exactly what they're either getting paid or paying extra, or they might see the reduction on that line item. They did that specifically so the customers could see exactly what they were paying for. So there's clarity. And that they did get a little backlash from a few customers come back and ask what this was about. And once they explained to them that sometimes it would be a positive, sometimes it would be a negative, they were okay with it.
Okay.
But if I understand,
Sorry.
if I understood it correctly, you're not looking at the 6-month average for the individual consumer. You're looking at the 6-month average for the city's purchasing cost, assigning that adjustment, and then just passing it to each particular bill, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, on a per kilowatt hour basis. So it depends. They used 1,000 kilowatt hours and the rate was 1/10 of a cent. They would get, would there be $1, I think? Charge on that line?
But you could have an individual consumer who's actually maybe conserving, and they're still going to get, if the overall city has an increase in that power cost adjustment, they're still going to see that charge for that power cost adjustment, correct?
Yes, but it would be less because if they were conserving, and let's say the average was 1,000 kilowatt hours, and they were only using 500, then instead of seeing $1 increase in the bill, theirs would be only 50 cents.
There is a house-to-house component.
And one of the things you have to remember is that this, the main reason that we do this is because it's them high load hours is where we get hit really hard. And when it's them periods during the summer, July and August, when it's really hot. And so even though people are conserving and they're trying to use less, they still add to that peak, the overall peak of the system when that power is costing us the most.
But Jack, isn't on the, I mean, we've got enough generator power now to bridge that, don't we, by next summer?
Well, we will, that'll help us. Yes. But, things can happen. We could lose a transmission line and not our transmission line, but out on Utah Power and Lights, and we've got to be fed a different direction.
Yeah.
And we've got to pay higher power costs to get it to us. And so there's a lot of different things throughout the system that can change. And it's just a way to protect you. And most of the time, like if we'd have had this in place over the last 10 years, our customers wouldn't even hardly, they probably would have got a benefit of it. But, we just don't know what holds in the future. The future, it doesn't look good in the power industry. It doesn't look good. And I really think this is important that we adopt this in the city because there's no infrastructure being built for future. And we're shutting down all these coal plants. And that's why when Doug was sitting there, I even asked him the other day at the meeting, I says, what do you think about us putting in those generators? And he goes, Jack, do it. And I think when he was there, he said, do it, because we don't know what's going to happen and nothing's being built and we need to protect ourselves. And, I know back in the Enron days, St. George lost millions of dollars. We got lucky. We bought some generators and we put them in and ran them and sold some of it, and it covered our costs. But some of the cities really lost a lot of money, and it can go fast, really fast.
Just like at the UAMPS meetings, power got up to $9,000 a kilowatt hour. That could bankrupt a city in a couple days.
Got more generators to kick on.
If they're working.
Well, let's make sure they're
Yeah,
working.
they're running.
Yeah. Knock on wood.
Hey, keep going, Mark.
All right.
Sorry.
Now I'm going to get into the actual proposed rate adjustments. And what you're going to see is your 4 main rate classes and how it will impact each customer or type of customer in the class. This is the residential rates that we proposed. And you can see that the customer charge, which is $20, we kept that the same. And overall, we targeted a 2.5% adjustment. And we applied that in the energy rates. So the energy rates are going up to get at the 2.5%. Now, this type of a rate design, how it impacts customers is shown on this page. So the average usage is right around 1,250 kilowatt hours a month. So in year one, the average bill will increase about $3.25. In year two, $3.33, and then $3.41. That's the impacts on each residential customer. And you can see that in this graph below, what the percentage increase is on your residential customers at differing levels of usage. So like at 500 kilowatt hours, they see just right around 2%. At 1,250, they see the 2.5%. And if they use more than that, they're going to stay right around a little bit higher than 2.5%. So then when we get into the small commercial, if you remember, the cost of service study showed that they should get a higher than average increase. So instead of 2.5%, we targeted 3.5%. The cost of service study also said that the customer charge should go up. So we phased that in over the 3-year period from $25 up to $29.50, about $1.50 increase each year. And then we use that in conjunction with some increases in the energy rates that they would get on average about 3.5% increase. When we look at that on a per customer basis on the small commercial class, very small class for you, this rate adjustment will increase their average bill by a little over $7 a month. The next class is the medium commercial. Now this rate also has that demand charge I spoke about earlier. And the customer charge, consistent with the cost of service, we increased it from $34 to $64 over the 3-year period. So it's a $10 increase each year in the monthly customer charge. When we look at the energy rate, we actually lowered the energy rate that they're paying. However, we did offset that by increases in the demand charge. So they got 50-cent increase in the monthly KW demand charge. Overall, this class would see a 3.5% increase. Again, moving in the direction of the cost of service. Now the impacts on a typical customer, medium commercial customer, because their energy usage varies so much in that class. Some may be 30 kW and others may be 100 kW. So the size, there's a lot of differences in size. So what we do is we look at this on what's called load factor. And load factor is a ratio between the customer's peak demand that occurs in a month and their average demand. And that's where this demand charge comes into play. And when we look at it on that basis, you can see that the average medium commercial customer sees about a 3% increase in their monthly bill. And you can see the percentage impact at different levels of use. Then the last class is the large commercial. This is your second largest rate class. Overall, we targeted a less than average increase. So they would see a 1.8% increase. We took the monthly charge and we increased it each year. And in 3 years, it's about $200. The demand charge, we increased that by $1 each year. And then we brought the energy charge down. So you can see what the new rate structure would look like in 3 years. Again, they have a $13.55 demand charge in year 3, a 4.8%, 4.9 cent energy charge, and a $200 a month fixed monthly customer charge. When we look at the impacts at different usage factors, it's around a 1% on the average customer. And you can see it can range anywhere from a 2.5% to what's called a 30% load factor customer, where for a customer that exceeded 65% load factor, they would actually see a rate reduction with this rate design proposal. So the intention is to get your input and feedback. And if things look good, to bring it to the next council meeting for rate design approval. Is there any questions about the study or the results?
Questions for Mark or Gary or Jack, council? Oh, there's a lot of data there.
Gary or either, yeah, any of you on who's purchasing our power now? And when we exceed, who's the responsible party to say we're going to buy that power when we need it? Who's our stockbroker?
Miss Hill,
Oh.
she gets on and looks at it and sees, as from the projections, everything that get from UAMPS, all the data and what it's projecting to where we'll be as factored in the temperature and everything. And she can see what they're projecting our load to be. And then she can go on UAMPS site, and it tells you every megawatt you want to buy, it gives you the price. I mean, it's not a lot of, I mean, it's just there and says you want, sometimes it's $50 a megawatt, depending on each hour, it changes. So you get those peak hours of hour, 17, 18, 19. And I mean, each day, I mean, we've looked, I mean, some days it's $300, some days it's 500. And then sometimes when you check it in the morning, it's 300 and you go back later and it's 600. Sometimes it's less. It just is, it varies, but Christelle is the main one who does that. And Gary, I've learned a little how to do it if I needed to as well. So.
And the reason I ask is, and listening to that, it's cities have lost, or it sounds like could be a lot of money. What's the training behind that? Are we base just UAMPS as our kind of our go-to? They're the ones that are saying this is where you need to go. Well, it's through UAMPS.
What we do, Ben, is it's called a pool. And so everybody's resource, whether they're long or if they're long, it goes into the pool. And so UAMPS will look at the whole picture of everybody in UAMPS, all the members. And they kind of look at what their load's going to be for that next day. And they determine whether or not they need to buy more resource or they're going to be long. If Santa Clara was short and everybody else was long, then we get the benefit from that pool. And we a lot of times can get power cheaper just through UAMPS in the pool. And Christelle or Gary or Brock won't go out and buy any more resource because it's been a good price. And that's basically what's been happening the last 10 years. We've benefited, especially in the low load hours. If we're short, we've really reaped those rewards of power that's been really, really cheap. Now things are starting to change. It's getting more expensive. You're seeing those numbers go up. And when it's hot, not only in St. George, it's been extremely hot up north here. And so the power costs have skyrocketed, and we're having a drought. So we have less water, less power, and they're shutting down the coal units. So it's getting more expensive. But the UAMPS will go out in that pool when they see they're short. They'll go out and try to find a resource if they can. And every year we look at these resources. We look at our portfolio of what we have. And every year we determine whether or not we ought to go out and buy another megawatt or 2 megawatts of resource, whether it's just for summer or winter, and try to cover those holes that we have in our system so that we don't get hit with these higher power costs. And so that's how that power pool works.
Okay. Is it generally the summer? I'm assuming the summer is when we're looking.
Summer is the one that hurts us the most, is summer, because of all the air conditioning load. I mean, a lot of the cities up north and stuff, they don't have that fluctuation like we have. That's one reason we went with the generators, is they have such a good base load 24 hours a day. I mean, it'll increase, but not like us. I mean, we might go down to 7 or 8 megawatts when it cools off at night. And then in the middle of the heat of the day, July or August, we will be up to almost 20 megawatts. And then it drops clear back down to 7 or 8 or 10. And so we're trying to cover that big high peak. And, Harmons and the commercial loads that have got, the coolers and things like that has helped us. So we've got a bigger base, but we still have that air conditioning peak that does cost us. And we can buy it we can buy it through UAMPS. If somebody's long, we can get on there early and try to pick it up. A lot of times there's not anything there and we just have to pay the price.
So most of the resource we have, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe it's all the resource we have is flat. I mean, it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if we buy 5 megawatts from the carbon free project, it's 5 megawatts, 24 hours a day. So we cannot shape our resource with our load. So in those summer hours or the summer time when our peak gets above our base, then we really can't go out and purchase a resource to cover that and shape it. It's just something we have to either run generators to shape it or buy off the market.
Other questions, council?
I think we have bought some that is just for summer.
There is some.
Gary's correct. I don't know that it's just an 8-hour product. I think it's I'd have to go back and look at the contracts. Gary, you could look, but you can buy an 8-hour product. You can buy a 16-hour product. You can buy a 24-hour product. And but those numbers get higher and higher as you try to buy just a short 8-hour product. And then sometimes when you buy that 8-hour product, it will run over on each side of that peak. And then you end up flipping that over into the center and it's costing you more money than you think. That's why we got the generators.
Okay, thank you, Jack. Any other questions for Mark? Or me or Jack?
Ready to bring it back, council?
I would like, for me, I just don't understand. Again, there was a lot of information here.
Sure.
We've spent $5 million on generators in the last. I'd like a little more information. And I think I actually messaged a friend in Washington to send me his power bill. I haven't seen it yet. I'd like to see how that worked. I just don't know enough about it to make a good decision one way or the other.
Well, we can take some time and evaluate this and then we can put it on a future meeting agenda for discussion again. You can bring back some questions. You may want to run. I know when we've done some increases before, we've asked, what's it going to do to a typical home, maybe to me, and kind of get an understanding of what that's going to be, what it's going to look like. And once we understand it, then we can bring it back to council. Is this a public hearing when it comes back?
Yeah, so we've already set the public hearing. We set it back in August for next week. I guess the question, sounds like a lot of the question sits on the power cost adjustment. That one it feels like is kind of the one that at least the feeling I'm getting from the council is that the power cost adjustment is where the concern is and not necessarily on the rate.
Well, the rate concerns me, 2.5% basically. And the reason it's 0 on year 4 is just because they don't project out that far. So
are you concerned that it stops or that just the 2.5% in general?
I'm not opposed to a rate increase, but in 5 years, you're gonna jump 10 or 12%, 10%. So
Yeah, your power costs may be jumping that same
they
10, 12%.
very well could.
I think that's what's feeding into this. It's
Yeah.
the city's in good shape right now. Costs are going up and our debt coverage and everything else is dropping into dangerous levels as a result of those cost increases. So if we don't do something with the rates or the power charge, we will be in trouble with debt coverage. And that affects a lot more than just the power department.
And
That's everything.
no, as you saw on Mark's chart, those last 2 years when there's no increase, you start to go the opposite direction. So we did our power rate study about 5 years ago, and we did it, and then we've had like the 2 years without the rate increase. And so now it's where we're back doing it again. And so you kind of see where those 2 years when you don't do anything, you start that kind of reverse. And so we could come back in 2024. We could come back after we implement that increase, we could give it, 6 months and come back and have a study done again. In 2025, we could have an adjustment again. We can go on that schedule. And so every year there'd be some type of adjustment. Just do it every 3 years rather than on a 5 year.
Well, and that's kind of what Mark was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would
suggesting.
say the question asked about how it affects like to your house. He had on that one side where he said the average user is 1,200. So the average user is going to be $3, I think is about what?
$40 a year. Roughly.
Yeah, $325 for year one. So that's what you're looking at as an average customer. And you can go by how the kilowatts you go up to what your increase per month would be. So yeah, you're talking $36 to $40.
Yeah. And I think my concern on this, and not to, I felt generator 2, and again, it was passed, but I'm not opposed to generator 2, and I don't want to keep going back there, but I feel like I had about a 30-minute window to really understand generator 2 before we approved it. I mean, we just went through a whole slew of information that I'll bet Lena probably I probably understand 10% of that. She's probably double but there's still a lot of information to process there. That before we go down that road, I'd like to understand it well enough to just, like I said, there was a motion made with the generator. It was passed, but with very little discussion and probably the understanding is we need it. I don't know anybody knew right in front of us that we had another $2 million bond in 3 years coming up. We probably knew it from our stuff, but I guess for me, I just want to understand it better. I'm not opposed to it. I know I understand how the business works as far as you've got to cover rising expenses. And believe me, we know what rising expenses are. So I'm not opposed to that. I would just like to have a better understanding of how this affects everybody. And again, it is fairly insignificant, but every homeowner is going to see that water rate, power rate, property tax. It's all there, and it becomes significant at some point. So again, we've got to cover our costs. That's just kind of where I'm at.
Okay.
Well, that's what this is doing. It's covering our costs. The design that UFS has proposed, that's what they do professionally. That's their job, and that's the suggestion they're giving us to cover our costs. They've done all the research, and this is what they're suggesting. So,
But we can bring it back and have more discussion on it. We can bring it back at another meeting and have more discussion on the rate design and on the power cost adjustment.
Can you do some projections for that discussion? Will you do some projections that include all of the categories, residential, small, medium, and large? I mean, if we're going to be business friendly and we're asking businesses to come now up to our commercial developments, it would be nice to see what impact that will have on them.
I think he has slides in here that Doc take care of that.
Are you wanting specific businesses, like what's it going to do to Harmon's? What would it do to a restaurant? What would it do to the C-store?
Right.
The specific sites?
Yeah, if we have not all of them, but we can
Just a
kinda
number of them.
just a number of them. I just think it would be nice to be able to have that information to make a more educated decision. Because it's those citizens are going to call us and say, what did you do to me? Now my power bill is being adjusted by X amount of dollars. And it might be completely valid and fine to do, but it would be nice to know what that is.
And I was just going to add, I remember doing this 5 years ago. And as we went through the process, we looked at what other cities were doing so that we were at least on par. We weren't like way over jumping some other cities. So all of a sudden our power was outrageous. We also weren't undercutting other cities. And so I would love to have that data as well. Because even looking at the Washington City website, even it's a little bit cryptic. I don't see anything about a power rate or power cost adjustment on their rate sheet. So anyways, it'd be nice to know kind of where we're going to end up compared to other cities based off what they're doing as well. And I remember 5 years ago, I don't think we took the whole amount that was suggested. If I remember right, it was just a little bit less because we felt like that would keep us competitive with everyone else. And it was still enough that Jack felt comfortable we'd be okay. That's at least my memory of that. So anyways, and here Mark is suggesting 2.5, but there's a range there he's given us that we can have a little leeway depending on how we feel about it. So that would also help if we could see what other cities are doing comparatively.
Is it good to have a public hearing next week when we don't even feel comfortable about it ourselves? I mean, we don't feel like we have the knowledge to make this decision.
We won't have the public hearing next week. It was set to have the public hearing, but if council's not ready to make that decision, which is what I've got,
I don't think
feeling that we wouldn't
ready.
have we'll postpone the public hearing for a future date.
And I don't think we're far off from passing this. We just need a little more information, a little more time to digest it.
Okay, is there any other questions that Mark would be able to put together so to answer your questions? If you can, I guess you could think about it, go over this presentation individually, and then you could email me, and then I could pass it on to Mark and see if he could present any extra information like the comparing with the other cities and that. So
Let's do that. Get your questions to Gary or to Brock. And
That means we've been here too long.
I mean, we got 4 items left and we're 3 hours into this meeting already. So I'd really want this discussion to stop. Mark, you did a great job on the presentation. I appreciate the work. Same to Gary and Jack. I think this will be probably on the city council meeting for next week for some additional discussion. So council, get your questions in and we'll reschedule the public hearing for when we're ready for it.
yes, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. And we will get the comparison on the power cost adjustment historically. We'll see if we can get that together for you. Awesome.
Thank you.
Yep, thank
Great.
you.
Great. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Mayor?
Thanks, Jack, for jumping on.
A minute, Brett.
No, I don't hear very well when we're on Zoom. I mean, I heard probably 40% of the comments and understood what they were saying. When we have a discussion like this, it'd be nice to have the people in the room if possible, like Gary especially.
Gary's got COVID.
Didn't know that.
Yeah, he just,
Well,
his
wife
family,
tested
yeah.
today. Gary would have been here tonight, but his wife tested positive today. He's in quarantine.
Okay, well, I didn't know that.
Normally,
but
we would try to have him here. Now, Mark is back east. We
Yes.
have had Mark out here before,
Mhm.
and we can have Mark come. We
Just-
can maybe do something to where you can facilitate you hearing it better. No, I'm dead serious. We can get earphones or something like that with a help you individual. I heard it fine,
I don't know if they still
Okay.
work.
but if there's some issue, we can work to that. And like I say, normally Gary would have been there.
Yeah, and if you want to, when the time comes, if we're having the public hearing and Mark, and we need him to present, we could ask Mark to come out at that time and come and be here.
I'm not sure we need Mark. I think the one person we need is Gary.
Gary or Jack. I mean, Jack can be,
Jack.
and we can bring Jack down.
You know,
And I don't think we'll have it until Gary is back to able to attend in person.
I think that'd be good.
I think you're probably at least a month out on your public hearing
Yeah.
from when we had thought about having it done.
Okay, that'll work out just fine. Thank you, council and mayor. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Gary.
Wish I could be there.
Us too, bro.
I hate sitting at home.
You just keep get mama better and don't get sick. How's that?
I've already had it, so hopefully I won't get it again. I've been partly immunized, so hopefully that'll work.
Okay.
Mayor, do you want to take a quick break and
Yes.
grab?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Mayor Shakespeare. That's good. You can go on the bond when we go into the bad news on the, what do you call it? We'll send you.
That's right.
I will, counsel, I'm dead serious. I will not do that again. We will double rates to avoid debt coverage ratio issues. That will never happen to this city again.
It wasn't, yeah.
Because it affects everything. Your fire department, your parks, your building. I asked the question once, what if we let them repossess the building? What if we let them take over the city? Is that all bad? So that's how serious it gets. So just remember that. I will not do that again. I will not even let the city get close to that again.
Well, and that made me we want to look as we're making decisions regarding stuff like that. Maybe look at the other bonds we've got coming up, what we've got, when are they coming off? So we can balance that and make sure we maintain that. Because in what he's got there, it shows a lowering cash operating income, but $1 million cash on hand. So
The reserve numbers he had there aren't enough, in my opinion.
Well, and that's a question, I don't have a mic. I will say that during the meeting, when we talked to him, we asked kind of like, where did you come up with those numbers? Where do you come to that reserve number, that's the comfortable number? And it's just based on data throughout the country of where they feel that that's a comfortable number. But I think that varies. I mean, that could be to us saying that number is not a comfortable number. Because as you talk, even to go back to UAMPS and saying what rates went to, I mean, if you're talking to have some money there, I mean, that $206 million they had to come up with. I mean, where are you?
I mean, this, what happened in Texas this winter, what happened in California last summer, that $3.5 million gone.
yeah.
And if your debt coverage ratio is low, there ain't nobody coming to bail you out. So
It's a surprise.
it's important. I want you guys to understand it.
I'll just take it home.
And so take the time and ask the questions that you need to, but understand it is important.
But I think that's as a council, we need to have a kind of a business-like look at 10 years. What these bonds are on, these are off, these are our payment. I mean, these are big business. Again, rate increase. You're going to have rate increases. Like we get that, but I'd like to be able to stand in front of the constituents and say,
Learn it so you can understand it, because the rate increases are coming because the power rates are coming and we don't have a way to offset it. If we can't, there is no more cheap power. They're dialing back hydro. Power's going to do nothing but go up.
and
You're not set up for it.
then let's educate that.
Yeah.
Because the only way it's crazy.
Okay.
You guys want anything to drink?
Great sandwich.
I've got water.
Good.
I won't lie. I was
Good on drinks?
starting to get hangry.
Might need to use the restroom anyway.
Yeah.
Ever taking a restroom break?
I don't know, probably. So is this right on the Santa Clara River then? This?
This,
Yeah.
it's directly above the power yard. It's in
Well,
the-
here's the
Yeah, I don't know how they feed it. I don't know.
It looks like it's right on the river, which to me would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When you want to catch that water in the, make it, if you think about how many times has Dunlop still over? I mean, yeah, it's like we've got,
Thank
I gotta ask the mayor on that.
You don't have any number 12s, do you? This,
Maybe I'm just reading that wrong. Maybe the river's here below. Maybe that's the river.
Our royalty was in the homecoming parade today.
Cool.
There's a picture. In some car.
I was trying to get that Washington City Power bill because I wanted to see if it's on there.
Yeah, it's literally not on their website.
It's not on their website. I'm gonna bring, I have a chart that I made. So I had somebody call me and say, why is Santa Clara so high compared to everybody
call
else?
on
So
that.
I went to every single city and pulled all of their rates and put all of them on there. And
Did you pull them off?
I did, and I put it on a chart. I have an Excel spreadsheet. It's on a chart. It has ours, theirs,
Thank you.
all the cutoffs. I'll bring it. I'll make you a copy.
I'd love to see that. My brother and I had a discussion today.
I'll bring you a copy.
He's like, I got it.
Thank
I'm just
you.
gonna say this. Can I say this off the record? Okay. But what I think for public money, and I'm just gonna tell you right now. It's times school board times.
We can fix it. Just had an epiphany. Buy less power and do rolling blackouts through the peaks on a
Or-
daily basis. It's
You see what our sales tax remittance was?
it's more where you can subsidize your power system.
Let's
like
get
St.
some more
George
sales tax oriented businesses out there.
did. St. George subsidized their power for years. You ready? Everybody here? You ready, Chris?
I think they actually did.
Okay, item number 4, graveyard wash reservoir and annexation discussion.
The next 3 items, 4, 5, and 6 are related, but they're also independent, should be considered separately. So we'll go through the possible annexation of the graveyard wash. But at first, I wanted to go over the graveyard wash reservoir that St. George is looking to build. Can you bring up the map?
I will try to
Picture.
find it.
Right there.
I think, Christel, did you put a new one in?
So
That one?
Blind you. So this is the city yard down here on the right. These 3 buildings down here is the city yard. This is the dam. This is the dam. The brown there is the dam, and then the reservoir follows along Highway 91 up to the north there. And then you've got your what's called graveyard wash and dry wash. So this is actually located right next to the, it says in the thing 3/10 of a mile, but it looks really close to our city yard down there where it's going to be put in. Give you a little bit of information on the reservoir itself. It's a lease from the BLM. It's actually, the lease I'm looking at was signed by Jim Crisp in 2004, but it's what St. George provided for us to what they're working off of. So actually, the project's 71 acres, but it's 55 acres of BLM and 14.5 acres of private property. At least at this time, that's who owned it. So I just want to go over the few statistics of it. The project for the graveyard wash is actually 3 stages. The first stage is to get water to the Shivwits that you were asking about earlier. That's the first stage. And I don't know if that's started yet or not. The second phase is the graveyard wash reservoir, which is part of that. So what this is, it's a storage area for water, reuse water, it's not for culinary water. It doesn't have any kind of drinking water in it. It's treated water that will come from the sewer plant and it'll be pumped into here to hold. From what I understand right now, we don't really have a way to hold the water. And some of it's actually being released into the Virgin River. The only capacity is what Dustin's told me is what's in the pipe. So this will give us a way to store, or St. George a way to store water so we can irrigate. So I'll just go over a couple of statistics for the project itself to kind of give you a. So here, approximate location says approximately 3/10 of a mile northwest of Santa Clara City. Current landowner BLM owns 55.6 acres and private's 15.4 acres. The reservoir access, of course, is Highway 91. The capacity is 2,030 acre feet of water. Inundated area is 71 acres. High water elevation is 2890. Low water conservation pool, and I'm assuming that's the minimum level the lake will go where they can pump to, is 2854. So the actual depth of the reservoirs can be up to 82 at full capacity, and then it'll drop to 46 feet. So that's about a 36 feet difference between full and, the conservation pool. So I guess my question is to the city council, staff is looking for some direction on if you would be interested in annexing this, what kind of questions you might have that we can research for you to bring back. I know will probably be some recreation use here, but I don't know what your thoughts are. We're bringing this to you because, it was brought up about the lake coming and wanted to give you some information about it and see if you might be interested in looking at, bringing that into Santa Clara City. Do you have the borders? We have the borders map with the borders on it. The blue line is Santa Clara. Does it have the Ivans border on it to the north? No.
It's crazy. It's right on our border. So this is right on the Santa Clara River then?
No,
It's not?
Graveyard lot. The river is that horseshoe on the bottom.
Yeah.
It continues.
Comes south there.
Yeah, it goes this way.
Yeah, Highway 91 is right here. So it's just that wash that's right down 91 that when you're going to Ivans, you can see that big drop off there. It's that low area.
Big basin that's out there.
now the water is just going to be reuse water? Is there any other source of water coming into that wash?
There is some other water, but the majority of it is reuse or drain water into
That's
it.
pretty well a dry wash, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not surface water that's coming in there, but they can bring water down with the pipeline connected to Ivans Reservoir all the way to Quail Creek. They can bring water anywhere.
Well, I understand that. I just wanted to make sure I knew what I was talking about.
It's not and you may get a little bit of, you can see the vegetation coming into it. So there's obviously some.
I know that the
water that runs.
Graphs had a farm up there and they had some water for that.
Yep. And it's a wetland on
that was like a spring for them, but
there's some wetlands identified on the EPA website up in that basin. So there is a little bit of surface water, and then you've got the surface runoff during the storm.
so if this dam were to break, would our city yard have a problem?
It'd be gone. It'd be gone.
The generators were
My
back, would
house,
have
they're
a problem?
Me and Jim Ants would be gone.
Probably Gates Lane Bridge is gone. Chapel will probably survive.
It's not
who's
in our
gonna build this
city
dam?
limits, so.
This is a St. George City project that'll be reviewed and approved by the state engineer's office. In accordance with standard of practice. Same as the Quail Creek dike.
And the St. George City and the Water District are the ones that are gonna get the benefit from it? Are we gonna get any benefit?
George City. Water District has nothing to do with it at this point.
So we don't get any benefit? They just St. George City gets the benefit?
they got the permit, they would pay to build the dam. They own the water that goes into it.
Will they pay for our generators if
Their insurance.
if they don't build it properly?
Their insurance might. I mean, you're asking the wrong guy, but
Why wouldn't we annex that land? That's my question. What would be the negatives of?
I don't know that there is a negative.
Here's the problem. It's right up adjacent to our property, to our city. Our residents are literally right across the road from where this is. At least by annexing it, we would have some control. Well, we would have the control of some access and recreation and.
Does Ivans have a want for this? Would they object us annexing it?
They're proposing an annexation that is, they're proposing a BLM RP&P for a new yard that is in farther up the
Yeah.
wash.
Call it Land Hill.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that they would annex that as part of, they're working through the BLM right now with an RP&P application. The idea that I had was maybe the Western Corridor wraps around it too. Christelle or Brock, can you pull up Google Earth or the Washington County Assessor site?
Which one would you like?
I don't care, either one.
Go.
Just a new aerial photo. Washington County's got the newest aerial photo.
Santa Clara.
So Wendell, I will say there has been some discussion on the basin or this dam being built and whether it should be Water Conservancy District doing it then as a benefit to the whole or St. George. St. George is the one who has proposed it and wanting to do it, but that topic has came up that maybe should the district be involved in doing that to where, so.
It 100% should be ran through the water. But
Right now, St. George owns the water. They control the pipeline. They control the BLM right away, and they propose to build it out of their own funds. That could switch to the Water Conservancy District any day, but currently it's a St. George City project.
When we had a discussion about building bridges a couple of years ago, maybe 4 years ago, there was a discussion about putting a bridge right there and then almost the same location because that's where the Western Corridor was coming. Now, where is the Western Corridor? Are they going to go right through the dam?
No, it goes around it. That's what I wanted to have this map pulled up for, and I'll kind of show you where the corridor is proposed.
You want a pointer?
I've got one. I need the aerial. Come down and click on the 2020 aerial.
There's some statistics on the dam. It's 1,750 feet long and it have an elevation of 2,900 feet
Wider. Zoom in on the area.
long, 1,750 feet long, and then 586,000 cubic yards of fill. So
Pan
that kind
north
of gives you an
corner.
idea how big it is.
It's a big dam and it's right
Yeah.
in our face. And
Yeah.
I have pointed that out in numerous mayors and RWSA meetings.
I'm sure you have.
Whenever this comes up. This is how tall did you say it was? 100 and
The elevation is, the length is 1,750 feet, it's at 2,900 feet elevation.
what's the bottom and the top of the dike? What's the difference? How tall is the dike?
Let's see, I can't see it here.
it's literally right on our boundary.
It's right there.
That's
In your front yard. Okay, pan up for me a little more. Bob. Southern corridor or western corridor is right here in Santa Clara, terminates right there. Across here, and then makes an arc out into about right here. At that point, it crosses. And now pan down. The reservoir fits in here. So the reservoir's down in here. That parkway is going to come down around and probably come right through there. It has to be right here when it gets across the river. Somewhere out around it. And my thought was maybe we annex to the center line of the road, except nobody's determined where the center line of the road is yet. So everything south of the road would be in Santa Clara, and then Ivans could annex down to the north side of the road. It's out in the Santa Clara River Reserve, but the River Reserve doesn't prohibit the road from my understanding. So it would be a decent annexation. It's all BLM. We would pick up Jimmy Rosenbrook's piece and the irrigation company property that right now are in the county. Turn on city boundaries on that map, Brock. We go ahead and pick those two pieces up as part of the same annexation. And then the reservoir would be inside the city. We may not be able to, I don't know what we can do to stop the reservoir, but we could definitely pursue the recreation component to be in Santa Clara City. Possibly an additional RP&P for Parkside or recreation facilities on the reservoir, those types of things. And I don't know what the disadvantage, if it's inside the city, they may at least have to come and ask us for a grading permit.
So
Would we approve the access to it off of the road if it's within the city? we
You
can
probably have,
dictate
yeah,
where-
you probably have,
where-
if you got it on your road master plan, you could probably
We could
dictate
dictate
that.
where the road.
They're working on a road access right now. From what I've been told, the water department is working with the Hafen family to get an access for the construction of the reservoir already. They may be working with Kelly Graff too on the south end. I'm not sure.
So maybe a dumb question, but is there a reason St. George picked the most remote location from their city to build this? I mean, are they concerned about the stench off the reuse or?
The St. George City doesn't have any locations inside the city limits. Their locations on the west side were in sensitive environmental species areas. They couldn't get the right of way on it. They got a right of way for this site, and they got a right of way for dry wash.
I believe it's dry wash, yes. up by
Below
Ivan's.
Ivan's Res, out in the Hence, the valley out there toward Cannon. Terry Martin owns a piece of property right in the center of it. And he's not cooperating with the construction of the reservoir. So they had 2 reservoirs approved. My understanding was those are the only 2 areas that worked.
Okay.
So they got those done. They don't have any inside the city.
And it just,
So
Is there any benefit or liability to the city by annexing it if it breaks?
I don't think so, but I'm not, Matt, that's your call, buddy. It's still
I don't-
BLM owned right now.
Yeah, I don't think it makes any difference.
We would just be able to control what happened around the reservoir is kind of the,
well, and if we annex it, why not annex as much as we can around it, in the fact that there's probably developable ground down there, I mean, I'll still have to go back through, but it seemed like that would be you look around Sand Hollow and everything that's going around
if
that.
there was, it'd be a good question to go have with Keith Ricktrip about the same limitations on releasing property for development exist here as we've got in the South Hills, because we're talking about bringing the South Hills boundary, bringing that boundary way back to the north. And that's the next item on your agenda, is talking about that proposal, because we're pretty well recognizing nothing's going to happen down in there. And why do we want to continue to expand city resource and police protection and everything else out there if there's not going to be any benefit come back? And we can have that discussion now, but you'd have the same issues on this site.
Yeah.
You may be annexing something that never can be developed in something other than recreation, but if the reservoir is built, it could be a nice recreation site for the city. The urban fishery we've always wanted.
Yeah. I look at other Ivans and like I said, if you had some there, I don't know personally, I don't see any, I kind of like the idea of having it within the city boundaries. But
If we annex it, are we responsible for negotiating with the BLM to get the dam put in and all this stuff?
They have the right of way in their pocket right now.
So did they negotiate with the BLM to get that?
And they've got the right of ways issued to the city. It was done back
2004, yeah.
2004. They still have to go through their design and their dam safety approvals and everything that way.
How long have we had the yard there? Is that before the yard was built there?
Yard's been there for a long time
Yeah, I
before
think the yard was there before. You've expanded the yard. The power plant wouldn't have been there, but the yard would have been.
seems like a
I
good
just
place.
remember when I was a kid, that was a dump.
Yeah.
I think they moved down here right after Jack started working here.
Hopefully don't build a dam on top of the dump.
Yeah.
You know, there's part of that with that water. Denny has spoken a couple times about our right to the reuse water that we send to there. Dustin's been doing some research and it sounds like that potentially is the case. We also at the water, the mayor's had some discussions that we potentially have to put a claim on that water. So there is some potential also with that would one of the issues that we have of not having that claim is where would we take the water? Do we have any pipes to get the water anywhere? And this is a potentially, possibly, that even with that St. George, we paid, if we paid our cost, and maybe they would pump and have water there, we could potentially
Yeah. And if the
maybe
water
use.
district gets involved, we could see some benefit come out of it. This is a reservoir that they would fill during the winter and use to supplement the surface irrigation in the other times of the year.
Yeah.
So instead of firing up the wells in the Santa Clara Valley or releasing a certain amount, they could hold that water in Gunlock and Baker and pull some water out of this. And it helps them offset their irrigation peaks. But right now, it's the St. George City project. We have reuse water that gets discharged to the Virgin River every day, but we don't have a means to get it back up here. We're not an owner in the pipeline or the pump station. So we can, St. George City's acknowledged to me, if we want to go down there and collect that water and pump it back up to Santa Clara, we can do it. We just have to get the right of ways and pay for the pipeline, and everything else to make it happen. If we can negotiate some kind of a use inside the pipeline that comes up there now, I don't know.
Or we could build another well. The next well is gonna go right on our side of this project. They're gonna have all that groundwater and we're just gonna.
It's a blue clay basin.
Oh, okay.
So it's pretty tight as far as the basin goes. The critical part will be the dam and the interface with the clay and the dam. Make sure it holds water. I mean, in the 30 years I've been practicing, we've had 2 dam failures. It happens. And they were both, well, I don't know if ours was ever engineered, but the one at Quill was. So.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
This is Gary still. If this all goes through and the dam is built, is there any way we could require, some kind of riprap to protect the yard? I mean, we've got a lot of money sitting there with the generators and equipment. I don't know if that would, I don't know if you could build anything enough to
Dam breaks, Gary. That rip won't do you any good, bro.
That's what I'm thinking.
8 tall and sealed.
What about an arc for each of those generators?
Yeah. By floation.
Yeah.
So Matt, on something like that for, serious on the liability, again, it's right. I mean, frankly, if that failed, when this is at high water, your dad's place and farm and us and the yard and everything probably.
Not just that. The water line that feeds the Heights tank goes.
Yeah.
The main irrigation line feeding the valley goes. Everything that happened in 2010 happens again. And so all those water pipelines go out of service.
But probably worse than all at once.
Yeah. Plus we could potentially lose, and we could potentially lose Gates Lane, the bridge.
So my question comes in, insurances and things like that. I guess when they build that,
we're not assuming any liability. St. George City would be assuming the liability. They'll have to do dam break analysis, so we'll have an idea of where that flood would go, what would be impacted.
And does it work like I mean, I'm thinking just on a small scale where I build something and have to list somebody as additionally insured. Does the city of Santa Clara become additionally insured or?
Not unless we can leverage it.
I didn't know because
but St. George City would be liable if you'd have to go through all that same stuff that we fought after 2012.
Yeah.
When we were sued by the downstream property owners for damages resulting from Lob Pond. We were covered under
I know.
Scary deal. Yeah. City's immunity.
The governmental
public
immunity.
on that. Our insurance would probably kick in, right? Our generators were lost, our insurance would cover, and then they would probably go back and try and sue St. George. I'm assuming the yard's named on
Yeah,
their
as long
insurance.
as our insurance covers floods.
How much,
As long as it's listed on our asset list.
how much of the city would be without power and potentially for how long?
Depends on time of year.
Well, I don't think.
Power might not be off because there wouldn't affect
No,
Castle or Grimshaw substations and on our feed in to the city. So I don't know that we necessarily would lose power. We wouldn't be able to generate. Gary could answer.
yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That I don't.
Gary,
What's that?
there's not a power, one of your new power poles is there a new power pole close to the wash behind the yard?
Yes, they're up on the hill though. We've got one up above the animal control building,
Yeah.
and
hill.
to the south of that.
Yeah.
So I think they're okay.
If you were generating, obviously you'd lose your generation, but you'd
Yes.
still have your feeds.
Bottom line is we can't control, we really have no way to, outside of maybe at this point, that's where it's going.
We can slow it down a little bit
And I don't know if we're,
with, when it goes through its dam safety review, we can.
yeah, I'm just saying it. So at this point, it's all right, there it is. Now we got to decide, is it in Santa Clara City or not? And preferably, I got to believe it's a benefit to have in the city. At least we have some controls over it that way. But, the things of safety and who gets flooded and, I mean, probably unlikely, but you never know. It's not like we're catching rainwater, a lot of rainwater into that, but I would say we pursue it. I personally.
More than you think.
Well, I'm watching those washes going. Well, then I get looking at it, Mayor. I'm like, well, geez, why couldn't we throw a dam right there on the Santa Clara?
Yeah, right.
Pick that.
St. Ivan's, remember Ivan's is 400 East storm drain discharges right in the middle of this reservoir. So they bring water all the way off the Red Hill. The drains that come off of the dikes west of probably Center Street all come down into this thing. So it's got a pretty good drainage.
Which actually is probably that's a great LID right there. That's gonna catch all that and hold it, not discharge it downstream and.
Sure.
Won't make Ivan's very
Till it floods.
Their water going to St. George.
Anyway, I don't know that we can do a lot
On
about
our
that.
property.
So we can control what happens around it. And if we don't, Ivan's probably will.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's, Laney just pointed out that it's gonna be their water going into a St. George reservoir located in Santa Clara City.
Moonfin Minnow.
Perfect.
It's regional and
Brad, to do an RPMP, does it have to be in city limits?
No, it can be near the city. That's like Ivans is doing the one up in Land Hill, but it's not in their city.
So we could still do an RPMP to like make this really nice nearby and not be in city limits.
Right.
And
So that's the-
some of it may be developable. Who knows? We'd have to talk to BLM.
Well, on the highway, I would imagine it would.
The highway's private.
That's private property.
Is that all private?
That's all
No.
David Hayfen's family and Graff's and the highway
Oh, it
frontage.
is.
Yeah, that highway frontage is all private.
I
Those
know.
purple lines.
Up on the top of the other side where they call it graveyard wash, there's some burial sites and things up there too. It's sensitive, for that reason.
On the private side,
No, on the other side,
on the
over on
BLM
the
side.
river side, yeah.
I mean, we can go talk to Keith. Keith would give us a pretty straight answer if he thought
Yeah.
it was easy, but we at least would control the recreation aspects around it. Let's
Yeah.
go to the next one and then we'll come back.
All right. Which one do you want next? Do you want the
Isn't it
shooting
the
range or
Shooting range or South Hills,
South Hills, the annexation next?
same discussion.
Okay. Can you bring up the map for that, Brock, for the annexation? So we brought this to TRC and we discussed it. Came up with an option first, but we modified it. And with the option, what we did is we took out the ACEC, the 124 acres that runs along Stookie Springs Road there. And there's also another ACEC down in the bottom left by where we were going to put the shooting range. So the de-annexation actually comes up to 1,000 acres. But when you subtract those two, it's about 850 acres. I'm waiting for the slide to come up and then I'll proceed. So what we did with this, we kept the water tank in, we kept the 52-acre park in, and then we also, to the south of that, kept a safety buffer for shooting that kind of follows the Cove Wash. It cuts over to Stookie Springs, goes up Stookie Springs to the edge at the Grand Desert, and then goes back. So as soon as we get the map.
Back in the port.
Where's that at?
It's not in ours.
It's not in ours.
I don't see it.
It's not on ours.
Shooting range. Have an annexation.
Put it in there real quick.
Okay.
Sorry.
I've got two plans, one that shows the general plan and one that shows the private property lines. So when they bring those up.
There's 2 graveyard watch.
That's the pumps we gotta replace.
The files were too big to include in my staff report, so I had to send them separately.
The other one is named graveyard watch, the same thing.
That's.
I don't know what happened to it. It's not there.
You want to go on to the shooting while they're trying to find those maps? That way we're not holding you up. So going to the shooting ordinance item, Matt and I had talked about this briefly and Matt can help me out here, but the way I understand it right now, Matt, we follow the state guidelines and there's no shooting within 600 feet of a dwelling or other type buildings. But there is shooting allowed in the city limits. So what council is asked and what we've gathered from council that you would like to go ahead and ban recreational shooting within the city limits. So that other map was showing you what the proposed city limits is, but because of the encroachment and with the edge at the Grand Desert, Santa Clara Hills 3, the recreation that we've got from the BLM up by above our new park there, there's just been a lot of close calls, I would call it, you know, from shooting.
There is in your packet, there should be, or at least accessible, there should be a draft firearms ordinance. And just to give you the really short version, let me pull it up here.
The draft, is it this one? I can't get into the drive from here. Oh.
Right here.
Restriction. No, it's not.
So just to give you the really short version of how this works, as Brad pointed out, the state law says that you can't discharge a firearm within 600 feet of a structure. That wouldn't change. It's a state law. It will continue to be in place. We looked at some of the firearm restrictions that were in some of our neighboring cities. And so this is based on some of those, including St. George and Ivans. The idea is basically it would prohibit the discharge of firearms, period, unless the discharge met certain exceptions. And those would include things like self-defense, defense of property, anything, you know, that would be considered legal defense under the state law. It would exclude law enforcement officers in the discharge of their duties. It would exclude discharge at a city-approved shooting range. So if we did have a shooting range, that would be an exception. It also excludes discharge for the purpose of nuisance wildlife control, as well as for killing a trapped animal that had been caught in like a live trap, for example, or for killing of domestic livestock. And so this draft also includes a prohibition on trapping, which applies to any kind of trap that uses a clamping mechanism. You could still use live traps. But I think the idea behind that is, you know, you avoid people's pets getting caught in traps. And again, this is something that's fairly common in our neighboring cities. And so pretty standard, but so we included that in here as well, even though we're not talking about that specifically. Anyway, the idea is have some pretty broad exceptions so that some uses of firearms that you still see in Santa Clara related to agriculture could still happen. You know, if Kelly Heaton had a cow on his property he had to put down or something like that, he could do it without violating the ordinance, just as an example. That's basically it. It's one page, so it's pretty straightforward.
So I think the idea was to incorporate this ordinance and we would start enforcing it within the city limits, but at the same time, withdraw the city limits back and remove a bunch of the southern part of the South Hills out of it so that we're not trying to enforce it through that entire area, which would be, I think, difficult to try and do. I think we can enforce it closer to the city facility on this side of the ridge, but when we go over the ridge, I think it becomes a lot harder to enforce.
Well, I think that becomes a win-win too, because that still allows our residents a place to go and shoot without having to drive halfway across the county.
Is it at the very
And
end?
it just becomes the county and
Mhm.
the BLM's responsibility.
Mhm.
Did you get that map?
I believe so, yes.
Any questions on the ordinance? I think it looks
Matt,
good.
can you tell, I have no idea what, you noted on here that some cities have it as a Class C misdemeanor. I have no idea what the difference is between a B and a C. Can you tell me what that is?
And honestly, I'd have to look up exactly what the difference is, but generally speaking, yeah, it's just a difference in,
Okay.
that's basically it. It's just a difference.
One's
in
a bigger
penalty,
fine?
So.
So is a B or a C? So B is worse than C.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Shooting a nice buck across the public road off your,
Balcony.
is that
Is
gonna,
that just considered wildlife?
just asking, I'm asking for a friend.
So
You've got a tag.
no, actually, I
Got a
I
tag.
have a story about that. And there were some deer getting in my family's peach trees over next to the Heatons. And my dad called the wildlife division and actually got a permit to go and shoot those deer. So because that was authorized as a nuisance issue, that would be allowed under the ordinance. So I actually had that in mind when I drafted this.
Does it
There
count
you
for
go, man.
turkeys too?
What's
Does
that?
it count for turkeys too?
I guess as long as you can convince the,
Nuisance turkey.
I'm gonna plant some
Deer and
peach
turkey.
trees.
as long as you
Over by
can
the
convince
river.
the Division of Wildlife that it's a nuisance, then I guess yes.
Do they give you like a permit or something? So if the neighbors call the police department and they show up at your up?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Good to have you. Great.
Okay, Matt, Brock's got the map up. I'll come over to this television over here and kind of go over it with you. Can you see that okay? So what we've done is the current city limits is right here. Here's the shooting range that we talked about. Area 6 kind of comes right in here. The northern corridor comes in here. So here's the South Hills ACEC that we were talking about earlier. This is the other ACEC. So none of this is available to us to do anything with because it's protected. It's got, endangered species plants in it. So after TRC, what we did is we decided to take these areas out. So this ACEC actually follows, this is the edge of Grand Desert private property here. It goes along and follows all the private property on the edge of the city down to here and then back over. Let's see. Trying to see, this is Kent Fry's property here in his shed. So kind of give you an idea. And it comes back over here and cuts straight across. So when it cuts over here. And then on this other side, there's a trailhead here. Our park is actually right here, actually on this side of this wash right here, that hillside. So it comes in here. That's the BLM trailhead. So where that BLM trailhead is for up on the hill, it goes right through there and gives us a buffer so we can have a little say on shooting close to our park so we can protect it. So it gives us a little bit of a barrier in there. Then it follows this ACEC up Stookie Springs Wash. So it's approximately 1,000 acres, but when you take this out and this out, it's about 850 acres. And this road, once you get through this wash here, you've probably been out there, but it gets, or where we crossed in, right? I think this line might be a little bit farther north than I wanted, just a little bit. But when you cross here, this gets pretty rough. Yeah, I think this line might be a little bit farther north than we were looking at, because I was hoping to bring it down to the Cove Wash where here and then bring it over, because there's a trailhead right there. And that would give us a little bit better buffer. So the shooting limits would follow that line on the bottom there, the de-annexation line. Do you have the general plan? One that shows the general plan? There it is. Okay, so here's the same line, but it's over the general plan. So you still have the park is up here. You still have, this is where a lot of the shooting currently is. This is where it occurs right now. Here's the road where it goes up to the left to go up to the water tank. And then this is Stookie Springs Road down here. So this could still be developed as multiple density residential. And then these areas would be taken out on the general plan.
The western corridor I think it's gonna come down through here and then swing and do this. Roughly following that alignment. And then the Gap Canyon Parkway will come up the south side of Cove Wash, kind of right in here. Ties into St. George City down here. There's one piece of county property in between. This line isn't common to the St. George City line. So there's a piece in between there.
So Rick, we had talked about annexing like a triangle somewhere in this area.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Can you, is that all your map, bro?
Yeah, that's it.
This,
But we can grab the big general plan maps on the back.
have you still got the Washington County thing open?
Yes.
Let's go back to that. I'll pan down there and zoom out. There's this is the Fox Canyon Wash. It was that triangle right there.
Okay.
It was Shinnerup Formation. So it was the sandstone that's tilted back toward the Santa Clara River. And this area it would have been pretty nice development, but it's all in the area 6 now, I think, most of it.
Nothing will happen.
Tortoises will roam freely. But that road goes from, it's built to right there it is. And it's just gonna follow this out to here, and then it'll tie and come up to Santa Clara. And then if this one ever gets built, that'll take it around to Sun River and I-15 eventually. There's a bunch of issues on that one too. I think they're gonna be able to get the Gap Canyon Parkway leg built. I think they're gonna struggle getting the other one built environmentally.
So you don't think there's any developable ground out there but it's all protected, it's all.
There's developable ground, but the cost of it start getting really, anything that's white, like this, top of a ridge, gravel over top of clay, top of that ridge would be developed. This bench over on this side is developable, but they've put this inside the ACEC now. This is all ACEC down here. There's ACEC up here. And when you take out, and then you take the floodplain of the Cove Wash out and all of the BLM rec trails that they're not going to release.
Yeah.
What do you got left? And there's no infrastructure out there at all. So you're coming down to this point and extending infrastructure to get to any of this. We don't have anything serving that area. Easiest served with St. George and Santa Clara.
Yeah, Area 6 follows that ridge right there. It's right there. And that's where our shooting range was, right in there.
Yeah, the shooting range was in this little valley
Mm-hmm.
there.
Yeah.
And the shoot zone went this way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I really want to write a letter to the county and to the BLM telling them that we're, I think, really seriously considering annexing this property and turning it back to them, and just to see what the reaction is.
Well, and explain look, this is the why
Yeah, this is why we're doing it. You got,
include our shooting ordinance and
you backed away from supporting, and we're too small to enforce and maintain. I mean, they want us to maintain it, keep it operational, and do all the O&M.
I think let them make a call. They may come back
You
and.
gotta write that letter.
Okay, I wanted you guys to kind of understand what we were talking about doing. I know Denny's okay with it. He's been prodding me to do it. So
Yeah.
if you guys are okay, I'll get a letter written. I'll get staff to give me some maps and we'll write a letter. and just put them on notice and see if it gets any reaction. And if it doesn't, then we can do it and put our shooting ordinance in place and put our boundaries back.
Yeah.
And do you want me to go talk to them about the proposed annexation around the reservoir at the same time?
You bet.
Pick that up. Okay. All right, cool. Bradley, good job.
All right, thank you. Anything else that you need from us?
Any questions for Brad or for Matt regarding the ordinance? I think the ordinance looks good. Okay, number 7, Matt.
Oh, there's more.
One more.
All right.
This is this is the mayor getting nervous when we have Black Desert Development Agreement, Silverado coming in, and we don't have this irrigation and water conservation and ordinance in place yet.
So I actually have an idea that I thought I'd float. We've got a draft ordinance here, which basically follows the most recent draft we had from the Conservancy District. And I've prepared it in such a way that it could be adopted as a temporary land use regulation until we get the permanent ordinance put into place. But honestly, after listening to Zach tonight, a lot of what he said is not consistent with this. It sounds like some things have changed in what they're recommending and some of the direction they're going. And the thought came to me as I listened to him tonight that rather than doing this and putting a big long regulation into effect, I wonder what the effect would be on any developers that may come in the next 90 days if we just adopted a temporary ordinance that said something to the effect of that they have to comply with any water landscape efficiency ordinance that we adopt within 90 days of their application date. In other words, what we're trying to avoid is when they come in with an application for a development approval and they have a complete application, they're essentially vested in that application with whatever ordinances we have in place at the time. And that's what the mayor's trying to avoid, is them getting in the door before you have a chance to adopt a water efficiency ordinance, right, Mayor? So my thinking is, because we don't know yet what that ordinance is going to look like, but we may here within a month, 3 weeks to a month, and maybe have it potentially adopted within 2 months. If we, instead of going this route, if at the next city council meeting, we adopt a regulation that simply says we will be adopting a water efficiency ordinance within the next 90 days. We could even make it longer. We can go up to 6 months. Any development application that comes in between now and when that ordinance is adopted, they, as a condition of their application, they have to agree to accept and comply with any ordinance that's adopted within that period. So in other words, we avoid that situation of them being vested before we can get the ordinance in place. It's a little, I'll be honest, I've never done it that way before, but it's just an idea that came to me as we were going through this tonight that would, and I don't think it will affect them really within 90 days or even 6 months. I mean, are any of them going to be putting in landscape within 90 days?
They'd have to, if it's a PD, they're gonna have to submit us their landscape plan.
They would at some point, yeah.
So they might be out of compliance with their landscape plan.
Yeah.
They wouldn't know how to meet the requirement.
I will say on Robert Smith's, his coming in, he doesn't have a landscape plan completed. And so I know in some emails that he's emailed Bob Nicholson and asked, I don't have this completed yet. Is it going to be okay that I don't have that completed, the landscape portion of his plan for Quail Crossing and Coyote Landing. Bob told him it would be okay, and he would just work with Brad on finishing the landscape. I'm not sure that meets how our PD ordinance reads at all, but that's what Bob had told him.
If this temporary ordinance was in place, it probably could. You may have to bring it back.
Yeah, essentially, once you adopted an ordinance, a permanent ordinance, then he would have to come in with his landscape plan that complied with the ordinance. Essentially, we'd be saying, you don't have to comply with anything right now. You just have to commit that once the ordinance is in place, you will comply with it. So I think again, if we're talking 60 to 90 days, that's probably not going to hurt any developer. I mean, he's on the fastest track, right, of anybody. Anyway, that's an alternative to trying to adopt the problem with adopting an ordinance or a regulation this detailed is it may not be consistent with your ordinance in the end anyway. That's part of my concern with doing it this way. You know, I already took some stuff out of it. Like, for example, there was a section in the draft that said that basically voided any CC&Rs requirements that said you had to have a minimum amount of grass. I pulled that out because I didn't want to get into the question of, well, does a temporary ordinance permanently void a CC&Rs requirement? So I've tried to deal with some of those issues already, but the more I thought about it, and especially after listening to Zach and seeing how different what he was talking about was to this draft that we used to create this, I wonder if the better way is just to say, give ourselves 90 days, get what we're going to get, what they recommend, bring it back, adopt it if that's what you want to do. And then at that point, say to Robert and any other developers who have brought applications in, okay, now you have to comply with this. So
It'd just be something they're acknowledging. Hey, we know this is coming. We just need you to understand that you'll comply with it when.
Yeah. And again, all we're trying to overcome is that presumption that when they file their application and it's complete and ready to be considered by the city, that they don't have to comply. Normally, they don't have to change anything based on ordinances that are adopted after that. But if we tell them up front, this regulation requires you to comply with this new ordinance when it comes into effect, then I think we can overcome that. So
Would there be any problem with providing them, here's a list of some items we anticipate maybe so that when they design those landscape plans, that they could even put that in mind
As soon
and
as
design
we
them?
get it from the
Right.
county,
Yeah.
we could definitely share it.
I mean, we have kind of an outline tonight of what they're going to have in there. So
Yeah.
that's something you could type up and provide.
Well, no, I mean, the other thing I could do is between now and next week, when you can actually adopt this, I can take Zach's presentation and give you, modify what I've done here and give it to you next week to adopt. But whether it looks like what we ultimately do or not, I don't know. It may still change. So.
Well, and so on like a PD zone, would we just approve it pending the landscaping plan being completed and meeting
Yeah.
the requirements the staff sees fit? Right?
Yeah,
That's how you get that.
Yeah, in terms of, for approvals, I think you can definitely do that, make it conditional on that landscape plan coming back.
In that case, it'd be better that Robert Smith not have a landscape. Because he'd have no best.
Right.
There's no reason to spend money on it at this point, right?
All of them have verbally committed to the water conservation things. I mean, nobody I don't think that's, or we've talked to Black Desert, we've talked to these guys tonight, committed to it. I think Robert Smith is in some of our discussions. They all recognize the issue. And they know that if they don't do something, that they're not going to be able to continue in business. And so they're willing to support it. But I'd like to see something. I talked pending ordinance for a minute, which would basically lock out any new submittals, new applications until the ordinance was approved. And we can do that for 6 months. That's an option. But this is a little softer one. And I think it'll, in the end, accomplish the same thing. The thing that I worry a little bit about, I don't know if I worry about it, but when he talks about adding that clause about exacting water rights. Camp Fry's agreed to get or to sell the city his water rights as part of his preliminary plat approval for Vineyards 11. This would mandate it. And then any other property that comes in that has water rights, it mandates that too. So
Well,
they get
that's,
credits on their impact fees, but it obtains the water.
and that's common. I mean,
is that a mandate that they have to give the water, or the city's buy it, or is it's part of it? They have to give it to the city and provide the water.
They can give it to them and take credit for impact fees.
yeah, if you have a component of your impact fee that's for purchasing water, yes.
And that's what the water district is doing, because they do
Right.
have. So the water district would, they would pick up their water in exchange for credits on the impact fees. And that's one of my questions on his ordinance.
Yeah.
How the city and the water district do that, where the city has secondary irrigation system and the water district doesn't.
Well, that's where I wonder on that, like with that, is if the water went to the water district for theirs, but then we're going to be having to supply them with the secondary water. Where do those water shares come from to do that?
The details on that. That water should come to the city,
Mhm.
and they would get a credit from the district on their side, just like Rome.
Yeah.
Well, in Kent's subdivision, I don't know if he's doing the same thing in his new subdivision that he did in my subdivision, but we all have water shares, and so is he selling a part and keeping a part to sell to his,
About doing the same thing that Rome did.
and getting them on the secondary system.
system, you'd get on the city secondary system,
Yeah.
and we would get the water rights to cover that. He's got water in 2 companies, and both access it there.
Yeah.
And I've told him I think the city would buy everything he had that he wanted to sell under those same, terms that we did with Rome.
Matt, I think you want to give you a little more time and go through the first year. I'll give you almost 4 months. Let's do 3 months.
Yeah. I mean, it's up
Let's go to the first of the year.
Yeah, it's up to you guys.
I wish I had a better feel on how real Zach's 2 weeks is.
Yeah, if we really had something in 2 or 3 weeks, then, you'd have a new ordinance
It
in a
hasn't
month.
hit the street yet.
But
There's a lot in there that's, I agree, the double meter scares me to death. We just replaced all our, it's just,
Yeah, I think there's,
as a city,
I'm fine.
I don't understand why you would do that.
Because the one's your indoor and one's your,
I-
as you said, but yeah, that's a big concern that Dustin has.
We can do it for up to 6 months. It doesn't matter, because when we
Yeah.
eventually get it, the temporary one gets replaced.
Yeah.
you can, but that starts to create a practical issue for Robert, for example, is
Design.
how does he design a landscape plan if we don't have our ordinance in place by then? So that's the only concern. But yes, legally, you can go up to 6 months.
That's true. Can you extend it? Can you do a shorter period and then extend it if you want to? Do a second one?
I mean,
Probably not.
I guess arguably you could, but
Wouldn't want to.
I think you'd be in the danger zone, honestly, if you tried to do that, because it would kind of defeat the purpose of the 6-month limitation.
So theoretically, this could be on our agenda next, week, right?
It could, yeah.
So if we did 90 days from next week, that would take you to the first week of December.
Well, and I guess I should take back what I said. If you do 90 days, I think that you could extend it up to 6 months. As long as you come back and say, the conditions are the same, we see the same issue, we're going to extend this temporary ordinance. So
I think I'd say do the 90 days.
Okay.
With council's agreement, do the 90 days. And if the water district thing happens sooner, I don't see it happen until 1st of November. It should be a month early. Then great, we can implement that. That buys us another month to take it through public. It's got to do public hearings.
It's gotta,
with
yeah,
cities.
that's right.
It's going to take 2 months.
Yeah.
Just going through the approval process will take 2 months, the way the cities do it. So, and then if we need to extend it,
Up-
it will be,
up to-
by the
up to
first
6
week of
months.
December, we're gonna know what's in it. I
Mm-hmm.
think you're gonna know what's in it. It may not be approved by everybody yet, but you're gonna know it.
And then at least at that point, you could go to Robert and other developers and say, this is what we're looking at adopting. So you get started on your landscape plans.
You could adopt it and he can get started and come in, and anything that gets tweaked, you could amend later. It's probably not gonna change any of the plans. You guys
So-
okay with that?
Yeah, are you gonna put an exception in the ordinance that allows them to, on their project plans that come into us, to identify the open space so that we know what all that looks like and it meets all the requirements, but exempt them from providing the detailed
Detailed
landscape plan?
Yeah, let's identify the
Because the
landscape
ordinance
areas
requires it.
and then just let them slide on the detail for now.
Yeah, we can do that.
I guess just my only concern is if we really think there could be like a month window there where we haven't passed it, but our temporary is an extend where a belligerent developer could come in and say, I'm on your old plan. I'm just going to follow that. So we really might want to go to like the end of the year or something just to play it safe.
120 days.
Just your timeline, Mayor, makes it look like we went past that till mid-December or even the first of the year.
We can do 120, doesn't matter. I
So
think
give you the
we're gonna try and get stuff to him. 'Cause yeah, he's gonna, in order to get his site plan approval, he's gonna need his landscape plan. Right?
The other thing too is, I mean, if it came right down to it, you could go ahead and adopt an ordinance without waiting for the conservancy district. I mean, the only reason you're waiting for the conservancy district is just potentially to have some consistency with the other cities, right? So in a pinch, if enough time had passed and you've got developers that are going, what do we do? You know, you could adopt an ordinance and then come back later and amend it, I guess.
Or take it to the conservancy district and said, here's your ordinance.
Yeah.
Take it to the other cities.
Yeah. Yeah,
Here's what
really.
Santa Clara approved.
Okay, that gives me what I need, so.
Cool. Thank you, Matt. Okay, staff reports. Are any of them still awake? Chief, go first.
Yeah, I'll just be real brief. Our wildland crew went up to the Oak Grove fire today with all the wet weather. They weren't able to do much because it was so muddy, but they're going back up tomorrow. They'll be helping out on that for a little bit. We have moved into the Rachel Drive station. Crews are getting settled in and fine tuning things and starting to enjoy the new living quarters. That's working out pretty well for us. So thanks for your support and helping us finally get that place up and going. And the fire restrictions have been lifted countywide. So that means within the next couple of weeks, we'll look at opening up the general burning season coming up. So that's usually around the 15th. We get together as a chiefs association and make sure we're all on the same page with that and with the county fire warden and so forth. So that'll be coming up and we'll get that notification out in the newsletter so that citizens can be aware when that's open. And that's about it, unless you have any questions for me.
How did the response go to the fires in the churches?
Yes, St. George was busy that night, and we actually went out as a standby crew to backfill for St. George because every engine was chasing around the city and different churches that you heard about. So it's kind of crazy. Yeah, they caught the guy, and the state fire marshals involved in the investigation, the ATF and everybody. So, but yeah, that was interesting.
Did he give a reason why he did it?
I didn't hear, no.
Acting for God.
Yeah,
What?
I heard he
it was religious indignation or something.
Acting on behalf of God.
I heard he was Lutheran.
One of my partners is I councilman over the buildings on one of the state building that got hit. He got the call 3:30 in the morning that the church is on fire and had to go down there and spent the rest of the night there and working with the church guys, like 1.5 mil and 6 months on the building.
I was surprised that one of them in the paper, it said they didn't have a fire suppression system.
The sprinkler system in his building didn't go off. The alarms did, but the sprinkler system didn't. And it got hot enough to melt the light fixtures.
So they haven't been putting them in too long in churches. I mean,
These are all fairly new ones. I think they're all down in the.
Most of those were in the newer churches, so they should have had one, but
the one on
didn't.
3000 is one we did the plumbing on, and that one's had some bad luck. The trusses blew over on that one, and it did get me thinking on that, and I told Brock and I think Brett, I'm all for cameras around the city, and I think it needs to be a major priority to get cameras where we can put them feasibly. Just we're seeing so much vandalism, and I don't, obviously it doesn't help it surprised me they don't have more on churches, but because you got Wi-Fi but
yeah.
Anyway, I'd love to see that a priority, and I know we're working on it.
Okay. All right.
One last thing real quick. You mentioned cameras in the park. So there was a little bit of damage done to the wall around the firehouse on the park side, right behind where the recycle bins are. I guess there was a kid last night that was trying to break through the wall like we had previously up in the north or the west corner. The cops were there. One of our firefighters heard the commotion going on, got the cops up there. We caught the kid, and basically we're going to need to repair the wall again like we did before. So cameras will be good in the parks.
Absolutely.
Bradley?
The Tourism Advisory Board approved the funds for our second phase of Canyon View Park improvement. It goes to the commissioners, I think, this week.
Wow.
They said, so we shouldn't have we put in for $100,000. So we got that. So what I'd like to do is, I've been trying to find other funding to help with it. And our master trails plan has the trails actually in there as part of in the capital facilities plan. So we can pay for part of that, with that. So that's help. And I think the old trails and asphalt and stuff like that, our crews can remove too, just to save a little bit of money, to try to, but I'd like to try to do them both in the spring if Brock and I can figure out a way to make it happen. I'd like to go ahead and do them both, bid them together, save a little mobilization fee, and, maybe get a little bit better price on quantity too.
Prices are coming down a little bit right now.
Oh, that's good.
We're seeing a little adjustment on the development side. So
I don't-
it might help.
I don't have anything else. It's late, so if you have any question, I'd be glad to answer. Oh, I do have one. Sorry, real quick. Speed bumps. Did anybody try the speed bumps? I want to order more. Tell me what size. 2 or 3.
Did you go over it on your small car?
I did. My recommendation would be potentially, actually, as I was going into it, a little car was coming out the wrong way, right in front of me.
Turn, didn't you block maneuver, jump out?
If I'd been in the truck, the Corolla, Corolla's got some get up and go, but I don't know how much force it has.
Did you use his license number?
I did not.
He was in a Corolla. He lost him in like 300 feet.
I agree. I think the 2-inch, the 3-inch, I think you can go either way. The number of them stacked. I think one thought I had is doing the 3 inches right on the 2 where they're just the entrance, entrance and XR, and doing the 2 inches down the middle. The thought that I had.
but
Actually,
they both are gonna slow you. I mean, you can hit them, hit the 2 inch going fast, but you're gonna.
You
do
hit
some
the big
damage.
one going with any speed, you might go through the windshield if you're, I went over with my truck and I thought, man, I'd like to drive over this in a small car because it's tall. It's gonna serve a purpose regardless, but I'm just thinking for recreation, you're gonna have all those people coming in and out for baseball tournaments and it's, I just think we're sending the wrong message with those big ones.
I had to come almost to a complete stop to go over the 3-inch one at the circle part. So, and that was in my car.
Sounds like 2-incher, Brad.
You could probably leave, well, I don't know. I don't know where the biggest, if we think all of the one-wayers are generally coming out of like Black Hawk and Tuscany, then you might leave the one at the circle at the entry and then put the rest all too.
Yeah,
It's a good bump.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, like that car came, I think if we do add another row or two or inside that parking, I gotta wait that's just not worth it. It's not worth going, slowing down, beating your car up. I mean, I don't know.
I would maybe order them in, but just don't maybe install and just, you go across 6 of them across there going to a ball game.
You're going to be cursing.
You're going to be hot
by
the time you get out of that thing.
It was really bad.
It serves I was mad just going over the one.
Okay. Scott?
Yeah, I'll just go real quick. Some of the important things, the building, we've had a few issues with the water and some of the issues, the pumping system. We had a plug up last Friday and the power works screw down here. We finally had to call in a plumber to shoot it from the other direction. Shoot it from the other direction. We had a bad clog. Somebody was sticking, stuff down the toilets, but we got that done. I finally got a bid from a company. They came out and took a look at everything we have. That one motor's can be rebuilt, but I don't know, for a few $100 more, we can get a brand new motor. We might as well just put the motor in because that one's on its last leg. We're going to be really hurting if that one goes down because one's already down. I know Ben knows a lot about this, and I met with them and talked to them about a quarterly inspection. Let's stay on top of this because it seems like we maybe let it go in the past a little bit. So it is 14 years old, but I think there's some things that we can stay on top of and make sure it keeps working. So we spent a lot of time on that this week. Of course, we're busy in the building department with Fred doing all the inspections by himself. We've got 350 active permits, and I think he's done about 280 inspections. So including some stormwater. We do have some interviews tomorrow for another inspector, so building official. We got 3 good candidates, so we'll see how that turns out. That's pretty much it, just to highlight.
Did you issue a CO across the street?
Yeah, on B, C, and D, he's got the COs. A, he can't do anything with till he comes in. Well, I guess the attorney left.
Okay.
He comes into compliance with what we're trying to do. So they did issue that CO.
Okay.
But I think that's what the consensus was with the attorney and the mayor and everything. Those 3 buildings are fine.
Check that once in a while. I seen 2 young girls with their bikes parked outside Building A today.
Okay. And they are parking on that grass. I was
Yeah.
surprised.
That's what made me look in there.
Yeah. That's why I wondered if we'd issued the CO.
He did apply for a business license this week. We had that call yesterday, find if it was okay to issue him a business license. So
Came in and paid for the license.
did he? So he came in and
And,
paid.
Then our city planner comes on board on the 27th, right?
Yes, yeah, correct.
But he'll be on planning commission via Zoom. He's going to lead the planning commission.
Yes, he will. He will present on the items on the planning commission on the 7th. So, yep.
And I can go over that real quick. Does everybody know what we have going on the 7th? Sorry. So on the 7th to the planning commission, the first thing on the agenda is that proposed amendment for the affordable housing from 30 unit apartment limit to planned development residential zone. Well, that's the first one. The second one is the public hearing for the rezone, the R110 plan development, the Desert Edge project, the 20.7 acres. That's Robert Smith's up there for that conditional use permit for the nightly rentals in the Coyote Landing portion of it. And then the third thing is the plan development over there on Rachel Drive by Harmon's. It's Pad A. So they're putting that Pad A in there between Cafe Rio and the Doggy Store and Harmon's. So I guess I've already got the two end units filled, one with Beans and Brew and the other
Roxbury smoothie.
Roxbury. Yeah.
Really?
So, and then there'll be two more additional they still have to fill, so. I think, unless you have any questions for me.
Questions for Scott? Thank you, Scott. Christelle?
I don't have anything. Unless you have any questions for me.
Rob?
First up, League of Cities and Towns. If you're going, let me know. And also, if you want to go register, you can go register yourself. Probably say pay by check, then let us know if you're doing the full conference, I know what that cost will be, but you can do that, or just let me know what you want to do, and then I can get you registered. But I'd like to get that done. Slots fill up on those excursions, so whatever you want to do.
Are we doing those together?
A lot of those are just whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Most of those at the league is just whatever is
Okay.
the interest to you to go do. So we have hotel rooms are reserved up there. I think I want to say it's the Radisson. It's right there across the block of rooms that the league had reserved. So we have those reserved. So the only other thing I have is Mark Anderson with Zions Bank. So on the bonding of the fourth generator, one of the options we have on doing that bonding is using Zions Bank as them buying the bond, being a direct purchaser. The only caveat is if we go that route, they are no longer our financial advisor in the situation, so they would be operating in Zions Bank's best interest. He's going to get some more numbers as to what they'd be. That's the downside, is that we wouldn't have a financial advisor working with us on that. But the benefit is with Zions Bank, we have probably better call options than what we'd get in the market. Most of our bonds are callable at any time, which means we could refund them at any time if we needed to, where most will have can't do anything for 5 years. Plus, going out in the market, there's going to be additional more cost by Zions Bank as a financial advisor, and probably Gilmore Bell and the bond attorney, what they have to do. So there's a little bit of downside, but just know that if you're okay with going with Zions, which we've done on a couple of our previous ones, and like I say, I have no concerns. I have that Zion would do anything out of the norm to harm this city, as their reputation and working with the city is important. There's the ease of going with Zions Bank, saving the money, getting the call provisions that we want. If 2 years down the road we want to refund it and need to do it, having that flexibility is nice. Your rate is probably going to be competitive to the market, but might be slightly higher. That's the only thing you're risking, is saying, if we go to the market, there's part of me that says, yeah, I'm interested in seeing what we can get in the market, but is it worth that bit that you might save to the call options you're going to lose and the additional costs of Zions bond attorneys that they would charge in doing that work? So to answer your question, I probably would go with Zions, just go with Zions as a direct purchase.
Mark could probably provide you an idea on both options.
Yeah,
Really
he's going to
make
work
an educated decision.
Yeah, he's going to work that up. He did say today that the rates have bumped a little bit. He said they're about a 1.75 last week. the week before they were like a 1.9. He said now I think they're about a 1.88, 1.85 in that ballpark right now. So, but still great rate. So, and if we do that, we can lock in. And he said gives us about 60 days to close. So we'd have until, end of October to close on the bond. So, but if you guys are okay with that, then I can give him the go ahead. Okay.
Anything else?
Maybe an update on Ditzy. If anyone Ditzy on her, she messaged today. She's doing pretty good. She hopes to be in about 2 weeks. Maybe she'll come back into the office. Should be right at Swiss days about.
I'd wait a week.
Yeah. So she had back surgery.
Oh,
So, but I saw her daughter today too, Sarah, and just trying to kind of keep her relaxed and not doing too much, but she's working from home. She's doing things, trying to stay in the loop and help out with, things remotely that she can. So, but she'll probably be back and maybe around for Swiss days a little bit to try to do some, but she definitely needs to take it easy still, because you don't want to cause any more issues with that. So, but she said she's doing pretty good. So
Probably be minimal.
what's that?
Probably be minimal.
Yeah. So staff is trying to pick up the slack, but
That's a lot of
those who
slack.
work with Ditzy know that she does a lot. So there's a lot of trying to do. So.
You guys got my email today on Constitution Day program. Christelle's putting the program together. I've got Troop 407, the Boy Scout troop's going to do the presentation of the colors. I was going to ask Yvette, maybe Tony Kuhlman, to do an opening prayer as part of it, or speak as part of it. And I've got Toad working on the national anthem. Toad is a national anthem enthusiast. I've known that for many years. I told her, this is your chance to put together the best national anthem in history. So they're doing that. The Daughters of the Pioneers will be here. I'd encourage y'all to come. I think it's going to be kind of a special event. It only lasts 30 minutes. September 17th at 1:30.
That's what the glockenspiel was made for,
The
right?
Glocken, they're going
This
to,
is-
it's ringing the bells at the end. And we're going to program the bells. And she says there's patriotic music. All you gotta do is dial it up, whatever that means. So pick a good one, Jarrett.
Well, I think it'll be Brad's department that'll do that.
Brad,
They
Sherelle
do all the programming now.
will do this. So if I want ZZ Top, I have to call Sherelle.
Technically, yeah.
Good to know.
She has all the SD
No.
cards and everything.
Okay. But yeah, it should be a little short but fun activity. And it's simultaneous with all across the nation. Groups and cities do it. They ring the bells at 2:00 our time, 4:00 Eastern, simultaneously across the country. So Dennis has done a good job, and he's going to have copies of the Constitution, 50 flags, and a bunch of stuff ready to put up. We may need some staff help earlier that day. I want to do it outside, and then we'd come into the banquet hall of inclement weather. But I think we want to do it outside. So we got podium and mics and stuff. Probably need a few chairs. Maybe out here, and then they can see the glockenspiel or wherever you want to put it. I don't know. I really don't.
Wondered people stand for a half hour.
Yeah, 50. I would think if you set up, 30 or 40 chairs, that'd be oodles. The rest of them can stand. We put it in the newsletter today. Christelle did. So, and I think you'll see some press on it coming out too. Anyway, that's all I got. Anybody else got anything, council?
Just one quick one. Brock, would you mind just emailing us all for Swiss days when you expect council to be at certain things, certain times.
Well, you have some assignments. You may not even be aware of.
No, I don't.
I'll get with you.
But just if we're still doing the breakfast, if we're all supposed to be there, what time? Because we have some council members that haven't done it before.
Breakfast and the parade, but I need you to do opening ceremony.
All right.
And how we can.
Who hasn't done? Lena and Denny? Danny's done.
You'll love it.
Yeah.
Danny's
I'm
done
really
it.
excited, and
Yeah.
I'm happy to help. So if you need help between now and then, call. I'll do whatever you need.
Okay.
What are the chances the fire engine starts? I mean, just
Been sitting outside.
50-50.
So, man, can't we get it parked in your garage?
Yes.
Yeah, you haven't taken it down to Ben's yet? That was serious.
He was really serious.
We sat on it, remember?
Yeah, it was
That
like a
wouldn't
little
start
empty.
last time.
Yeah.
He was looking for
Spraying
plan
stuff in
B.
it.
Otherwise, we're riding spin scooters down the street.
They're buckets of candy.
Oh, that'll be good.
Really, it'd be hard with throwing.
Have they got
candy.
3-wheelers?
Oh,
Need a 4-wheeler, not a 3-wheeler.
we're bringing the old train down behind the forward, the side by side, the old Tom's train.
There you go.
That might be kind of fun. All of us kneeled up and
Oh, imagine that. Oh, I wish I would have put that pillow behind my back.
I would just be concerned about candy capacity in that.
yeah, and Candy hasn't showed up in my office yet, so not supposed to.
There's a lot of Costco. I looked the other day, so you're still okay.
Yeah, haven't been, we usually haven't done much at Costco. Most of it's been at Walmart.
Mm.
We'll
Okay.
sit down and get it done, and I'll get an email out on the events and what the council's assignment, so.
Mayor, I do have one thing. This is Gary.
Hi, Gary.
I'm still here. Hey,
What's up?
I just wanted to ask the council about the tour. I know Jarrett said he was busy the next couple of weeks, but I'm open. I can do it whenever any of you want to go. And I don't know if Ben's wanting to go and Wendell, but maybe just come up with a date. You know, I should be back to work next week. But
Get me through this week. Through the northern wedding.
Yeah, and then next week is Iron Man and
yeah,
Let's do it after Swiss days.
after Swiss days and after leave.
Yeah,
after Swiss days will be fine.
middle of October, before deer season.
Okay.
Yeah,
We've-
sometime in October.
Before, well, we've got UAMPS the third week, so we'll have to work that in as well. But another question for Lena on the Christmas tree lights for the big Christmas tree. Do you want just all white?
Yes. Can
I think that would be pretty if it was all white.
Oh,
Yes. Yes, please. Lots
Okay.
of them.
Well, me and Brad were talking first of this week about it, and I think we're probably going to need maybe 200 or 300 strands. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I think it'd be enough.
No.
I think I'm gonna touch
there are
it.
1,000 lights in a strand.
If we want to wrap it tight so there's lights every
Double
2
that.
inches.
Triple that.
There's a lot of branches on a sycamore.
Wow, humbug.
Did you look at the tree right across the street? The big tree right across the street? Does that one work
It
for you?
looks good.
Okay, so Brad, the tree, the big sycamore right across the street.
Okay, we talked about the sycamore, excuse me, the sycamore or the pecan tree. The sycamore will still have leaves on it. The pecan tree will not. Yes.
Oh,
That'd work
is
too.
that the one next to it?
Yeah.
This one next to it?
And it'll be, is it gonna be leaved out by then? December it should be.
Okay. If you're the,
That works. That's a little bit off the street, but it's pretty close.
okay.
Our renters will love it at night.
It's in the lease. Remember the event clause in the
Yeah,
lease?
I'm looking at that.
You'll still be able to see it bright as you come down the street, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
We better be able to see it from Vale.
You'll see it from space.
Washington City. will see it.
Like,
Oh, you guys are gonna love it when we have it all
We're
done.
excited. It's gonna be awesome.
Okay. Well, if you get a chance, look at those trees and let me know which one before Thanksgiving, and I'll get the lights ordered and we'll get them all put up.
Cool. Thank you, Gary.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you again for listening to me and on my presentation. I think it went well.
You
And then just
are
get-
you are welcome, bro. Is Dustin, are you there too?
Dustin's in Mexico.
Okay, just checking because I have these voices from the ceiling that come down. Okay, we are adjourned.